Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special broadcast here on RCI TV. It is the 3 hours of Nordschleife, and it is the ACC Farewell Party. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Jack Mays with Ash Bibby behind the cameras. Who else would it be for the finale and this special one-off occasion? Jack Mays, welcome to Germany. Welcome to the Nordschleife. It's a track that needs no introduction. So instead, we'll talk about the cars and the classes. 35 plus cars, 4 or 5 different categories. It's a 3-hour enduro around the green hell.
It's going to be a really, really special event. I mean, the gates were opened up. Whatever car you want to drive, you have the opportunity to drive it. We have just about every class represented here today, save for the Ferrari Challenge car. And I mean, it's just going to be a really fun time, a really great drive from everybody. Not really, I think the vibe is similar to our final championship on Mondays, where nobody's here to sort of, I mean, everybody's here to compete, don't get me wrong, but it's just one last drive, time to spend with their good old friends on track, make some final good lasting memories, and of course enjoy this incredible journey.
Sure is, and we've got pretty much everything except Ferrari Challenge cars on the track today for you. And it's not that Ferrari Challenge wasn't available, it's just nobody elected to enter that particular class. But we do have GT3, the majority of the field, of course, GT4, GT2, Porsche Cup cars, and M2 touring cars out there on the track for you for 3 hours. Just finishing up the back end of qualifying, and unlike other sims, if you're used to some of the newer sims, they are not going to sort them out by category, right, Jack? Wherever you qualify is where you're going to start.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a bit of a treat, surely, because somebody's going to do something in regards to a stunner of a qualifying lap, or perhaps a not so good one. So we might have some GT3s taking up the back of the field, and the start's going to be exciting for sure. Everybody's going to need to find their way through the GP circuit before they sort of reach the Nordschleife proper for the first time. I mean, it's going to be a not a mess, but it's going to be certainly something exciting. It is Victor Ravenko, who's on provisional pole in an Audi R8 LMS car, and one that's known to be rather tricky in ACC, we'll say. But he's followed by Andrzej Badek, Yusuf Martin is in third, John Dalton fourth, and Nico Kumpu, your top 5, all GT3 cars, all different manufacturers. And Jesse, that just makes me happy.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race, and it's been a pretty competitive qualifying as well. Everybody finding their footing, or a couple of cars finding out the hard way some of the walls and getting disqualified. Though I will say there may be a car or two that have run into issue here that have done that on purpose. Victor Rovenko goes quickest again, or quicker, was already the quickest. Rovenko lowering the quickest time, an 8-minute 5:17, already adding to their 5-second deficit. Andre Badek in second place is now 6 seconds in the rears, but it is anybody's race behind them. Here is Yusuf Martin in the 921. They're in third place, but if they can pick up as little as 4/10 on this lap, they are going to get a front row start. And just look at them, a couple of tenths gets you any sort of positions, and around a racetrack as big as the Nordschleife, 170 turns, 25 kilometers, or nearly 16 miles if you're so inclined. Picking up a 10th would be at next to nothing. It's like picking up a 1,000th at a normal racetrack.
It's such a bruiser of a circuit. It's such a long turn. Any mistake is sort of like, all right, it's fine, but once they start compounding on each other, you really start to lose pace, you really start to lose momentum. It gets a little bit tricky, bit of a wiggle for Jordan Daly at the start of his final qualifying lap. I have to say, the margin for pole right now is almost astonishing. About 5 seconds is the good on pole at the moment, and we'll see if that gets translated into race pace. Of course, it's a long one. A solo event, usually you'd think 3 hours. Oh, we might have a couple of different drivers. Nope. Solo events, perhaps the final solo event on ACC that will be brought to us here on RCI, but it's going to be great. We're open for some cameos inside the box. We sort of left the door open. Anybody could come in and hang out with us. It's been a brilliant 6+ years on the sim, and our way of saying thank you. We put on a little bit of a show. We enjoy ourselves, and it's going to get started in a few. Of course, you see the qualifying time ticking down. You're like, all right, qualifying should end soon. Yeah, sort of. It's going to be another 6 or 7 minutes, since drivers are just now starting their laps, and they are, of course, allowed to finish their flying lap. But Jesse, I think, should we start with apologies for the attempted pronunciations that are going to be happening over the next 3 hours?
Well, I've been apologizing for just about the last 7 years here on RCI TV. I don't see why today should be any different. Some names that we are unfamiliar with in the field, and some names that we've gotten wrong for the past 6 years as well. So if we do get your name wrong, you have 2 options. You can correct us, and we'll happily accept that, or you can just accept that we're Americans and we don't do words good some of the time. Lettuce has joined us in chat to say, wait, is this the last ACC race ever? Well, I would never say never. It's called the farewell race because it is the last enduro we have scheduled. But I will say I have talked to the event management and I've talked to the other admins here at RCI. Nobody is opposed to running ACC championships or enduros in the future if there were to be sort of the need for it or the want for it from the community. So this is the last scheduled one. We will see what the future holds. But for right now, this is our send-off to a sim that we have been doing for the past 6 years. So last scheduled race, maybe not the last one forever, but still kind of like an end of an era, wouldn't you say, Jack?
I think end of an era is the best way to put it. It's just sort of we're closing the book on ACC and RCI in a sense that it's not our mainstay. There won't be, Mondays have concluded as of a couple of weeks ago. That's fully transitioned over to Le Mans Ultimate. So there's no consistent ACC representation. And like Jesse said, there's nothing on the book for right now. So it may be that way. We don't know. Our beautiful broadcaster saying he will make it so in some form or fashion. So I don't know. We'll see what the time holds. But I know now we're here enjoying it. And we got 3 whole hours of, one of the great racetracks in the world. I think many people say it could very well be the greatest. I am a huge fan of this circuit, and I'm just excited to see all different makes and manufacturers, all different types of race cars just pound around for a wonderful, wonderful event here tonight. Everybody's starting to get close to wrapping up their final qualifying laps, but still could see a big jump, Jesse. It is a long lap. Somebody could find, I don't know, maybe Marko Badowski's up 11 seconds right now and might go put it up on track. It could happen.
It could happen. Anything's possible. How important is qualifying? And normally I would say not terribly in an endurance race of this length. However, this is the Nordschleife, and qualifying might be a little bit more importantly because passing does come at an extreme premium around this track. You really don't have that many opportunities afforded to go wheel to wheel. Most of the passing here will be done sort of by committee, more or less. You'll have to figure it out and hope other people are feeling quite charitable to make passes around here until, of course, you get to the Dottinger and the GP Strecke. Those are your best opportunities, though there are some in amongst them around this famous circuit. Special shout out to, of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the stewards live stewarding here for the 3-hour endurance race, headed up by the chief steward Phil Roberts, the race controller McKenna McConnell, And I believe they're joined with Cormac Kirsty and Helium in there today, at least for the opening part of the race. Very special to have them back and thank them very much for their sacrifice today. We're hoping, Jack, of course, they're not needed a whole lot here today, but we know better than that. Racers are going to race, and that's, of course, why we need stewards in the first place. But here's hoping that they are less needed than we think, and the race is a bit more, say, calm, but we both know that's not going to happen.
I mean, it could be, but it probably won't be. I'm sure the stewards are probably going to be happy with a stream of something to keep them entertained. I know they like to get up to some activities in the booth when they're not necessarily needed, but I'm sure the start will get them to business, and then maybe a steady stream of stuff here. But I'm with you. I don't hope that anything crazy happens. Maybe the occasional bump and tickle on the racetrack. Nico Kumpu jumping up to P2 at the very end of qualifying. Very tiny lap for him in the Aston Martin. Couple drivers still going. We just saw Joe Dauber, who I don't know if he's intending to put in a valid lap, but he might not be doing a typical last to first in his Lamborghini Super Trofeo. We also have Lee Cash for the Hoonigan Racing division in the Lexus, still rolling around. I think it'll be our final lap putter inner. That is not the best term for that, but I'm just gonna stick with it. Jesse, do you have a favorite corner on this racetrack? I feel like most people do.
Ooh, favorite corner on the entire racetrack? Probably carousel. I just whenever you hit carousel correctly, and you're on the bowl concrete part, and you just nail it, it just feels special. It never feels right because of the rough nature of the corner, but hitting that corner has always been quite special indeed. Weirdly enough, Bergwerk is another one for me that I quite enjoy hitting correctly as well. Marco Badowski does come through and improve up to P7, improving their starting spot significantly. Victor Nordquist from Sim Brothers back in the saddle and looking to improve, 23rd in the overall, and they will jump several positions quicker that time, an 820.9. Not bad at all for a GT4 car.
Yeah, not a. I actually think that's a GT2 KTM Crossbow, possibly, Jesse. But it is gonna wrap up qualifying. We thought we had a couple more coming in, but apparently they must have invalidated their lap. Victor Ravenko, 3 purple sectors on the longest circuit known to man is a super impressive feat. To put 6 seconds between himself and anybody else is unbelievable. Nico Kumpu is going to join him on the front row. It's just a long list of names, and we're going to do our best here. But Kumpu is in second place. Andrzej Badek in third. Martin fourth. John Dalton top 5 start for him. Lee Cash in 6th. Marco Badowski up to 7th. Lindy in 8th. Grim Lilith 9th. Andy Boardman, your top 10 starters. Budak 11th. Kadar in 12th. Tiershin in 13th. Aaron Jackson, Kaiju Racing, but not in a GTR, is in 14th. Emma Plata 15th. Jordan Daly 16th. Kramer 17th. Svet Kavoski in 18th. Panervis in 19th. Nordqvist 20th. Joe Darber 24th. Kurdyesev in 22nd. Rybecki 23rd. Malatesta in 24th. Anderson in 25th. Klimov 26th. Krasnowski in 27th. Soar 28th. Pusina 29th. Kevin Boss in 30th. Running out of breath, but we're almost there. Jesse Lee. Timofeev in 31st. Thoroughly in 32nd. Hayanov in 33rd. Whittle 34th. Davey 35th. Callum Kerrigan 36th. Lumbitsev in 37th. Heiss in 38th. Sepp 39th. The 40th driver is Zenlahov. Ricciardo in 41st. And Mike Redford in 42nd. The answer is how many cars? 42 starters for this race, Jesse Lee. 5 different classes, 6 different classes, enough classes, surely. I think this is just going to be An absolute stunner.
Yep, Mike Redford gets the honor of starting last in the last scheduled ACC Enduro. I have to believe that was absolutely on purpose from the Mike Racing driver. Honors at both ends of the field, honestly. And it's not how you start a course, it is how you finish. And my question to you, Jack, is as we progress into the race now, what is your strategy in this race? It's kind of a lot of these drivers have been here. A lot of them have been here since the very beginning in 2020. And this may be the last enduro they get to participate on here in RCI competition. So it is the Nordschleife. It is 3 hours. How hard do you go on this first lap and on this start? Are you willing to give up a little bit more than you normally would, hoping to ensure a cleaner, better race for the finale? Or do you go for it extra, knowing that this is the last chance you may get?
I'm kind of so 50-50 on it. I feel like, your goal is to finish. Every race, your goal is to finish. One like this, you especially want to get to the checkered flag, no matter where you end up, and keep out of a wall, perhaps. But also, you make such a good point of just it's the last one, send it, and I feel like there's going to be a bit of both. I think it might be split down the middle on this racetrack. Everybody's sort of thinking, maybe take it easy. I can imagine those who are in GT4s, GT2s, and the like are going to be taking it easy. There's aren't many of them in each class. They're pretty much racing maybe one, two other people. Take it relaxed. Let everybody come through and just sort of have a nice, relaxed drive. There's all the M2s right there, all hanging out in a row of three, and some straggler GT3 cars. They're going to have to make their way through. And of course, there is Mike Redford at the back of the field. But if it were me, I'm taking it easy. I'm getting through the first lap, through the first stint, and then through the first hour and on from there. But I could totally understand many of these drivers saying, one last go. I'm gonna hit the brakes just that little bit later than I normally would. Put the throttle down as hard as I possibly can and absolutely revel in what's sure to be a great race.
Reading chat as we always do here on RCI TV. Interesting comments there. A couple people commenting that the last scheduled ACC race, but maybe not the last one ever, of course. But also, interesting take here. Touring car, TCX, the BMWs, as you pointed out, are the best class. Certainly, we've had some fantastic TCX races here on RCI, the championship, running on several Monday slots throughout the years. Had upwards of 50 cars on a touring car grid back when the cars were released. Absolute chaos and bedlam, but fun nonetheless. The trick, of course, with the touring cars is how to not abuse the tires early and grain them. And we'll see how they manage that here today on the Nordschleife. Just about ready to go here for the 3 hour. Car's about to roll down the end of the Dungerhoek and up the Grand Prix start finish line for the start. We haven't talked about the weather because there's nothing to complain about. Everything playing into our hands here in the Eifel. 21 degrees C, ambient 28 track. A light wind, which if you're not familiar with ACC, wind is not a good thing, usually, not because of what it does to the aero of the cars, but because if that wind continues to increase, that usually means there's an approaching rainstorm. So we'll keep an eye on that. It is cloudy, mostly cloudy right now. We'll see how the day progresses. 3 hours. One winner in each class, one last opportunity, an opportunity to say farewell, an opportunity at glory. One more run, one last one, pal. Jack, do the honors, buddy. Take us away.
Oh, it's just, it's bittersweet. I'm getting all those feelings that we had a few weeks ago. on Mondays. Everybody getting ready to go. 40 strong cars, a fantastic grid. Names we have seen for years. Still some new names trickling in to this fantastic event. Everybody hoping, waiting, taking that final moment. Take a breath. Green flag is away, and all cars are off. We're immediately getting some racing action. The Porsche of Martin is on the outside. We're immediately 3 wide into turn 1. A switchback from Nico Kumpu tries it, loses a couple of positions immediately. Victor Ravenko goes a bit deep into turn 1, but is able to hold on to it. They skip the stadium section, of course, on the 24-hour layout, so now they are continuing them down the back straight in on the GP loop. 2 wide up for the lead of this race. Audi versus Porsche. German Titans on a German Titan of a track, and Ravenko's through. He's going to hold on to it for at least the first couple of corners.
Looking pretty good for Ravenko up front, looking pretty good for just about every car out there on the track, as then most of them get away cleanly and set about racing each other and trying to get down into single file as we head down into the hairpin for the first time. Still side by side, and there's going to be a crash here. The 12's going to go spinning, and that's Linda. Linda for RMS out of the middle and into the inside barrier. Everybody else continues on their way, trying to get single file. Sideways there is the Lexus, but just about sorts themselves out before it can go more sideways. Off of the racetrack, one car spun off in the background. Was that Aaron Jackson in the 99? It might have been. I thought it was an Aston, but we'll have to check in the future, as a couple of solo incidents. Everybody else just about making their way through. Penner leads Victor Nordquist in the GT2 class. I'm pretty sure that is up in the top 20, and those two cars just about neck and neck, or at least they were a moment ago, as we enter the Nordschleife for the first time.
Yeah, we're gonna get going in. It's the first, like, sort of big deep breath. I feel like you take the driver. It's like, all right, first time, here we go through the Sabina Schmitz curve now, and down the hill immediately, getting up to speed, trying to find your way through immediately. Jordan Daly thinking about a move there on the Lexus, and gets through cleanly, I think being let through just a little bit. And everybody hoping to get into single file. Take a breath. This is the first of many times they're going to fire down this circuit. Daly loses it just a little bit, and he tags the wall. He's going to have to wait a long time before getting that car fired back up. Everybody streaming past him. It's a disaster start for Jordan Daly, and right now he's still having to wait. I think this is the final stragglers, and still not moving. Here come a couple of M2s, a Porsche Cup car, finally some life in that AMG, waiting to spin it round. It's an eternity, Jesse. Fortunately for him, 3 hours is a long time, but that is not how you wanted your day to start.
Yeah, Daly knows that, as he's going to continue on, and that was really smart. He could have gassed that up and got through before then, but he did the incredibly smart and selfless thing and just let the entire field go back through. He's gonna have to shake that car down to see what he's got. I will say that you can see the damage on the front of the Just Gamers 197, but I don't know how bad that's gonna really affect that car. It wasn't the hardest hit I've ever seen, and on top of that, you're at a track that, yeah, you know, aero is important, but at the same time, I think it's really going to kill the straight line more than anything else. As long as the wheels are still tied on straight, he might just be okay. He might be able to limp that thing around to get to the first sequence of pit stops. Speaking of, no funny business today, no required stops, only efficiency limited stops today. So we'll see at least a couple of pit stops in the race today. Highlights from the start of the race and a couple of close moments there. We did see Harold Linda go for a wild ride in the carousel. I believe that's what we're going to see, or we were trying to see there. And some more touchy-touchy here between the 888 and the 28. Inter-class rivalry here, as some of the GT3s mingling with the GT4s, mingling with the TCXs. Get used to it, because once they start lapping in a few laps, it won't take them very long. You're going to see that even more. Oh, look at this. Callum Kerrigan not only does he have a tribute to Les Stevenson on the back of his BMW. He's also racing in a Dacia logo.
He is indeed. He's sort of pretending that he's driving around in a Dacia Logan. Of course, strangely, one of the most famous cars that races on in NLS, which is strange because they got GT3 cars, a lot of sort of one-off cool race cars, but no, everybody loves a Logan. There he is, the Roker Poker on the
man
back.
himself.
The man himself. We miss you, Tom. We do indeed. And actually, the Dacia logo is scribbled out with the BMW written on it. Absolutely incredible work from Callum Kerrigan, one of the few that were out. I think the very first driver to sign up in the M2CS and said, "Oh, I'm running this." Track limits, Tom, Sir Hotston of Essex, and the Fat Stick, all drivers in that car. I think he's hinting that maybe he'd want an enduro, and that would be his endurance teammates, of course, and already indicating smartly letting a GT3 come through. We're going to see a little bit of multi-class, but not as much as you sort of be used to, but everybody's going to need to work together, work smart to get it right. Here's more GT3 melee. Daniel Ricciardo, a little bit of a tag in the back of the Porsche. Do they save it? Oh, I think they kept that out of the wall.
I was going to say, did Daniele Ricciardo even make it to the wall? That's so hard to miss that wall in particular. So often does it go wrong in that corner, and somehow they were able to slide through. And I think you're right, partner. I don't think they made it to the tire pack on that wall. Imo Plata replay here. Lamborghini versus Lamborghini, but two different classes, I think. Imo Plata gets tagged and into the wall. Significant damage there. And Imo Plata, that might be the first retirement of the day. Bocharai Becky in 16th place for Connection Lost Racing in the BMW in the livery that they've ran for the majority of the ACC campaign here at RCI TV. And they are being hounded by Mario in the back. BMW versus Ferrari here. No quarter given, none asked here early on lap one.
The interesting thing about that incident we just saw between the two Lamborghinis, you spotted it, right, Jesse? Two different classes. It was Dauber into the back, and you sort of think, well, that looked a little silly. Well, the strange thing is, those two cars act very different in a straight line. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo has a lot more horsepower than the GT3 and a lot less drag. So I think it was just a bit of a misjudgment. We'll see here again from the helicam. You can see how much closer he's getting, and he tries to go left, but Emo's just kind of up the middle of the circuit, and it's such a fast bit of circuit. It's just a tiny bit of miscommunication. I see it, a minor mistake that unfortunately is going to end in, I believe, our first retirement of the race. Here's Grim Lilith going side by side with Marco Badowski, and down the Dottingahua into Ehrenberg, and just starting to get everything sorted out. Or, excuse me, into Tiergarten. Not the first time I'll get a corner mixed up with another one, but
well, there's
heavy on the brakes.
170 to choose from. It's likely, right?
It's definitely going to happen, but over the bumps, over the jumps, it looks like the Manfilter AMG is going to get the run. They're maybe taking a little bit too much curve there, and now they're going to be side by side, starting another lap. Breaks them. AMG seems to hang on to it. Marco Badowski has it a little bit deep, but you can sort of do that, because the circuit immediately goes back left. You can park your car in the apex and say you're not getting by at this stage, and you're probably going to have to wait a little while. So already a good bit of racing. Jesse, everybody, I think it's a lot of sending rather than relaxing for most of this field. It seems like everybody's choosing to go for it, and as we're watching, I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, big shout out to the chat. Very active today. Everyone cheering on their favorite drivers, friends, and teams. We love to see it, and we love seeing those messages come in. And I'll tell you something else. The drivers that go back and sort of scrub through the VOD afterwards, because we don't delete the chat, they love seeing that too. They love seeing friends, family, and teammates cheering them on as well. Victor Ravenko leads the race in the number 11 Audi R8 over Martin in P2 in the 921 Porsche. And then it's two Lexis. I've had that debate for many a year here on RCI TV. But Andre Badek in third, Lakai up to fourth, Nico Kumpu in fifth, John Dalton up to sixth, and we just saw Grim Lilith take seventh away from Marko Badowski. Kadar and Trishan the top 10 as they run. No real major issues for any of those drivers. Joe Dauber, the leader in the Lamborghini in what I believe to be the GT2 classification, and Nordquist, or at least I think that's what that is. There's so many different indicators. Nordquist is in a KTM, but it's hard to tell if that's the GT2 or the GT4 variant. What I can tell you is Jordan Daly did come in at the end of lap number 1 to fix that damage. You can see the damage is fixed there, Jack.
Yep, fresh race car. It kind of makes sense to do it. He probably felt a bit of performance, and honestly, down the Doninghoe, he really was able to see, all right, this car is probably really slow in a straight line, and fun fact, you're on full throttle for quite a long time and multiple occasions around this lap, and if you're down 5-10 kilometers an hour on a straight, that's just going to be bleeding lap for the whole stint, so he may as well come in and maybe a little tiny nudge. But you can see Mike Redford not dropping into the carousel. He sees the Dailies behind him, and he says, you go through. Tiny bit of a touch, but just to let him know that he's still there. So some smart driving from the two, but Daly's going to begin pounding around. He's got a lot of ground to make up, but of course he's already a bit off strategy, so he's going to be jumping around a little bit throughout this race, and strategy is going to be usually, Jesse, I sort of like to guess what everybody's doing strategy-wise. I think pretty much you can throw out the book in a race like this. Everybody's going to go until they run out of fuel. They're probably going to take fuel. They might take tires. I don't know. They can do whatever they want, and we'll have to sort of see how that plays out over these 3 hours. Baddock, though, on the back of Yusuf Martin. The fight for P2 already heating up, and Victor Ravenko, I figured his pace in qualifying wasn't a one-off. He's already pulled over 5 seconds. He's in control, but it's a long, long race.
Yeah, it sure is, and this track loves to bite drivers, and it's about to bite Andre Baddock here as they spin off, and they have done, and that's a dangerous place to be as the leaders filter their way through. Ravenko drives away into the distance with Yusuf Martin as Andre Baddock continues to try and gather it up, and he does. He's going to fall outside the top 10 to do it, but that could have been way worse. I've hit that curb 100 million times, Jack, and every single time I've come to the same result Andre Baddock just did.
Yeah, he did such a good job. He realized, oh, I got to get this car out of the way. I'm sitting on the apex here. You can see the first two of Likash and Kumpu get up to that position. They had to sort of slam on their brakes. No, it could have been race ending for Baddock. It could have been race ending for multiple other cars. It was sort of the right thing at the right time. I do believe he's going to drop back to 11th position, just behind Andy Boardman as a result. But our rebound racing friend, Nico Kumpu, down in 4th after a less than ideal jump off the line, and he's fighting for it. These Lexis, I mean, you say you've been discussing that for years. I'm sure you didn't come to a consensus. I don't know what the answer is either. They do seem to be pretty solid around the ring. I mean, they're known for their straight line speed. But John Dalton is starting to loom in this fight as well. And straight line performers, the old M6, the old girl, still getting pulled out of retirement, is coming into this fight. And it's anybody's race. I think talking about performance is fun in theory, but this racetrack is I was going to say your one true enemy, but no, it's your best friend or it's your enemy. And it's going to decide who wins this race rather than whoever's in the fastest car.
Well, the one thing I've always preached to my drivers is consistency. You can be as fast as you want. That doesn't impress me much. What does impress me is being able to run quick laps, lap after lap after lap, and do that for hours on end because that's what wins you races. I don't care if you're the fastest car. I want you to be the most consistent car. There's a reason whenever you get your CSV files from a lot of sims, it tells you your consistency, because that is what's actually most important. You can be as fast as you want, have one bad lap, and it undoes all of your fast lapping. And a couple of cars in different classes here. This is very dangerous. Kevin Boss here holding up a GT3 car in SEP, and it's going to go wrong. It's going to go really wrong for Kevin Boss as he tags another one of the cars, and you could see that coming a mile off.
Unfortunately, you really could, and it was a tiny touch. There's really a lot of this circuit is a single racing line, which is why it's so difficult to overtake. It's why you sort of see cars trailing for minutes, and there's nothing Kevin could do. He's ragging that Audi R8 GT2 to the very edge. The GT3s are just quicker, and a bit of a mistake. Another car was off there. I think that was Timothy in the 296 Ferrari GT3, but he's back moving. A little bit of damage, hopefully nothing too major. And I think we're about to get a replay of what it was. You can see the BMW in the back, leaving no room, getting all up in the mirrors. It's one touch, two touch. He tries to sort it, does Kevin, but he sort of ping pongs around as ACC is known to do. And a little bit more side by side, a little bit more bumping between Mario Svitowski and I believe that's Soar in the Lexus, getting out in front as they enter the Dotting Horn. Not exactly where you want to make the move, Jesse. You kind of tend to want to follow in the slipstream. Look at the Lexus go, and I think he's going to pull Voita Rybecki through. Here comes the M6 motor, absolutely shooting down the straight. You could just see what happens if you sort of tactically get it a bit wrong. It's such a long straight. Rybecki, though,
oh, that M6 is unfair. That M6 is unfair. Oh, he hit the grass, but he gets it done in the background. Near crash.
Oh, it's so good. I love this circuit. People who say they don't are just afraid of it. It's so spectacular.
I'm just going to call him out like that, huh?
Yes, maybe, no. I'm scared of it. I was scared of it, too, for many years, and I still don't know it, and I probably could do an lap before crashing. And it's special.
Andre Baddock. Into the pit lane. You recall they may have actually hit the wall. I didn't think they fully made contact, but they may have done, because they have come into pit with 18 minutes gone in the race. Several cars are actually in. Kramer's in. Svetskovsky is in, it looks like, as well. And that's interesting. Timofeyev is in, and Dmitry just about stopped coming into the pit lane. I don't know if that's not knowing where the line is on the 24-hour variant, or more that they just needed more time to configure the pit stop. Could have been either way, but they certainly weren't speeding coming into pit lane. And I believe there was even a car behind them that also came in. With that many cars coming in, Jack, there wasn't that many incidents that lap. Are they running the race backwards here?
I don't actually. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a couple of those cars. I think Dmitry Timofey for sure pitting for damage. They were caught up in the boss incident. The car is retired. We're not sure where or why, but we're down to 40. And honestly, that attrition rate that's not too bad. Opening moments, only losing a handful of cars. I think that's just about all right. Lots of activity in the chat. A couple of folks talking in Russian. I know one Russian word, privet. I think that means hello. Welcome in. Someone's asking how many laps. Well, we don't know. That's the beautiful thing of time. It's some racing laps indeed. But the timer at the top of your screen, that's counting down. Once that goes to 0, there will be another lap, or finishing whatever lap they were on, and that will be your race. All these drivers are going to be in these cars.
How many laps does a GT3 do here in an hour? 7 laps? 7 or 8 laps, right? It'll do
the 7 or 8 lap stint, yes.
So 7 or 8 times 3 is how many laps they're going to do.
That's too
here
big a
today,
number.
or at least the GT3s. will do anyway. The other classes will be laps down, obviously, with the pace difference. Svetskovsky, this may explain why they were down the pit lane. We're going to see another replay of a follow-up. And was there additional contact? There was. We saw that earlier. And the chaos in the background, I think, explains why there were so many cars coming down the pit lane.
That definitely answers that question. It just looks like Krasnoselski there just losing it a bit, but managing to sort of, well, they kind of cut the nose off of Hayes behind in the Ferrari, and it could have ended, I think, a whole lot worse. Oh, that may have been another pair of cars. But it's close. It's terrifying. Tiergarten is such a committal piece of racetrack. You've been putting your foot to the floor for almost a minute at that point. And you're like, all right, time to hit the brakes. Time to hit the brakes. I'm hitting them later than this guy. I'm going to outbrake him. I bet, probably. But it's just a little bit wrong. And I think they're sort of starting to materialize in this race. And everybody where they are, kind of figuring out where they want to be. I have to say, Marco Badowski. Jesse, do you think Marco maybe came off? He had a fantastic race on Thursday. Do you think that spurred him on? Because he's kind of running up this field. Put in a great final qualifying lap, and he's really been on the heels of this sort of podium pack that's ahead of him. I mean, this isn't an LMP2 car. This isn't the wet in Brazil, but he seems to be running pretty well.
Yeah, I think Marco would probably tell you, like, oh, it's a different sim, completely different style of racing, different track, it doesn't matter and everything. But I can tell you, as a racing driver, it doesn't matter if you've had a good week so far and you roll into the weekends and you're running good here. You just feel good. You're in your happy place, and it does a lot for your mental state when you're in the car. It's almost like you can do no wrong in some ways. And Badowski's in a great spot. He's one spot out of the top 5. He's got Dalton in front of him, right in front of him as well. So yeah, I mean, you're in a great place mentally. You're in a great place championship wise and elsewhere in RCI. It does a lot for you, and you just sort of add on to that. You start stacking wins and stacking good finishes, and you get on a roll, and you just never want it to end. It does always end. The penny does fall eventually, but for Marco Badowski, it isn't thus far. There's actually a 3-way battle for 4th place. I've just noticed Kumpu has been caught by Dalton, who has then been caught by Badowski, as we watch Andy Boardman try to fight off Trishan for 8th place. Looking quite racy is Trishan in the Lamborghini.
I'm just happy to finally see some Lamborghinis on track. I sort of rarely get to see them. They're by far and away my favorite of the GT3 cars on offer. I don't tend to drive them. I just like to listen to them because simply I'm not good enough to keep that absolute beast pointing in the correct direction. But there's a few of them on track. We also have the Super Trofeos running around as well. Doing pretty good is Ivan Tiershin. Andy Boardman is by no means a slow driver. Keeping him honest is definitely worth something. Come up towards the last bit of the lap, and you know, if Ivan can hold on here, which sort of tends to be what you want to do on this section, you want to stay close so that by the time you get out of the Kleine Carousel, by the time you get onto the Dotanoa, you can slip stream right up past the guy you're trying to beat, because that's about the safest place you can make a move. Dropping a bit through the section here, coming up close to YouTube corner. And I mean, it's not, it almost looks a bit sedate in the Lamborghini. Usually I'm expecting a lot more steering input, but I think the car is just set up really well. That's the Kleine Carousel. Really good exit out of there for Ivan Tiershin, but here we go now into and onto the Dotanoa. The fun thing about it, Jesse, which I know you know and everybody does, you kind of don't necessarily want to be so close that you would be able to overtake him early, because it's long enough that you can pass and then get repassed. I do think Lamborghini just isn't catching that Lexus by any stretch of the imagination. Speaking of things that are unfair, Andy, that's not very nice. You gotta at least give the guy a chance.
Yeah, you're not going to beat that Lexus. The only car in this field that I think can beat the Lexus in a straight line is the BMW M6, not the M4, the M6, which we have both in the field. But other than that, the Lexus is going to eat you up on the Duttinger Hood. And you're absolutely right. You don't want to come out of Galgen Cup too close to the car in front. You want a nice long run. And if you are straight line deficient, you want to get as close as you can and just hang on for dear life, because by the time you get to Tiergarten and up to the start finish straight, you can make a run through these final corners. We've seen races come down to the final couple of corners. I remember Martin Lawrence once had a dramatic finish here, coming to the checkered flag on the Nordschleife on the last lap. I believe he was in an M6 then. In fact, kept him in the game and gave him a shot to win the race. I don't think that race ended prettily for any car involved. I think there was an incident before we got to the start finish straight, but nevertheless, it was an exciting finish. Dmitry Timofeyev, a little bit of contact, hip and shoulder check. Hey, I'm there, but space afforded them. And that is just about it there. But is there a part two to this incident off of the racetrack? Nearly contact there, space not given, and somehow they both keep it going. Now, they're racing hard, Jack. They're still doing it, in fact. They're still racing hard.
They're definitely racing hard.
But they are giving in right before disaster, which is prolonging this battle. Neither driver fully 110% committing, but both of them getting after it.
Absolutely. And on to the Dottinger. See a flash of the lights from Timofeyev, maybe saying, hey, maybe you're the expert on car-to-car flashing light communication, so I can't say what exactly they were trying to say, but now that neither is in the slipstream of another, it just seems that once we get towards the top speed, Timofeyev is starting to run away, so maybe running a bit less wing. There's a slow-moving Porsche there at the end of the straight. Might have been a Porsche Cup car.
Oh,
Again, maybe. Yeah, I think you said it best. Giving in right before disaster. These two, 296 versus 296. Getting ready to come through, starting another lap, and here comes Fitzovsky. Maybe again. That was Danielle Ricciardo that was going slowly down the Dottinger, so something clearly going wrong with their car, and Mario comes through. Pretty simply done, pretty easily done, and down goes the final baller into turn one.
Yeah, Svetskovsky, I think, was just letting Timofeyev know that, like, hey, I'm definitely faster than you. Please just give me a lane before this goes badly. And of course, it just has gone badly for Timofeyev in the 227 running off of the racetrack. But they were flashing each other. It's a language. They were communicating with each other, but like, hey, this is getting a bit hairy here. You need to let me go in the case of the trailing car. And it did fortunately end before it came to quite a large crash. Another flash of the lights here. Kasse in the 161, flashing Soar in the number 2 Lexus. Clearly a speed differential here. Inside given by Nicky Soar, but not space surrendered as they continue to race it out. The Lexus with the straight line grunt over almost any car wins out, even with the wrong side of the track afforded them there. Oh, but he's going to run off here.
Let's keep it out of the wall, but I don't think they're stopping the momentum on the grass. It's like going on sheet ice at that speed, and into the wall goes Nicky Soar. And, well, I think the straight line speed might be a bit more equal to the 296 now, because it's a bit broken. We're back with Jordan Daly in the Just Gamers car. He's slowly chipping
Man,
away.
he's made a lot of progress. He's nearly halfway through the field already. And a lot of those cars, keep in mind, yes, we have like 5 or 6 classes, but we also have like 30 GT3s, and he's passed a bunch of them.
Yeah, so he's up in a bit, and if you look on the right side of your screen, the track map, you can spot the 197 towards the bottom end of the circuit. He's still got a ways to go to get back on the leading pack, but I mean, he's making up time. He's getting further and further up, and I mean, 2.5 hours? I think he can do it. I think he can get back on that field and start battling again. First blue flag we've seen all race long, and not the first bit of overtaking, but that just shows how quickly, even when a race goes wrong, you are able to overtake other cars. It doesn't take long. It's a long
I still
circuit.
wouldn't have done what Daly did right there. That was brave. I know it's a Porsche Cup car. I get it. But passing around the outside of a car that you're not familiar with in a corner that you're both speeding through, you don't know what the aero wash is going to do to their car. That was super brave, but that just tells me, I mean, I know this, we know this, Jack, about Daly anyway. He's going for broke regardless, but I would have never had the fortitude to do what he did there. That was insane. I was clinched.
I was as well, coming through Adenauer and just saying, yeah, let's do it. Why not? And just, it worked well, but I saw a little bit of a shimmy and a shake from the Porsche, and that's got a little nervous there, but it ended up working out. But no, going for broke indeed. I think so many drivers at this point are just going to. You may as well. Coming back to the Boardman Tierschen fight, they're still all over each other, and it's so clear that in the twisties, the Lamborghini has the edge, but once you get to the power down, Lexus just has it. So it's going to need to be a pretty unconventional move, I think, and getting really, really close. Have to see what Yvonne can do. It's also something where this stage in the race, it's kind of early, and I sort of feel like you could maybe follow for a little while and maybe start to take it easy. But regardless, I don't think he's got a choice in the matter. I think a mistake's going to need to come from Andy Boardman for this move to be done easily. But it's one of those things you can almost have to be happy to follow for multiple minutes, which is only a sector on this track. No, I think they divided up into what, 8 separate sectors? I do believe there's not the typical 3 that you see on all other race circuits. I know ACC does it in 3, but I believe officially maybe 8 sectors or something like that. Words of Ash, baby, it's going down for P4.
He did say that. It is going down. I mentioned this earlier, that the fight for P4 was on. It's actually the fight for P3 now, with Lakai in 3rd, Kumpu, Dalton, and Badowski. They've all formed a train. Lexus, Aston Martin, BMW, and AMG right now, nose to tail, the big BMW M6 of John Dalton on the back of Kumpu, and that's a bump draft, and that was purposeful. You don't see that a lot in ACC racing, but Jack, where you and I come from on the East Coast, that's Rubbins Racing, and that's co-opetition right there. That was on purpose. Dalton pushing Kumpu. That was a cooperative move so that Kumpu could catch the 3rd place car of Lakai, and they're working together to not get caught by Badowski behind. That is a 5-head move by John Dalton.
Absolute workmanship from Dalton. He knows he's been around so long, and it's also a bit easier, I feel like, with a driver you're familiar with, of Nico Kumpu, because if it was sort of your first time meeting on the racetrack and some random guy starts bum drafting you, not exactly the most comfortable thing that could happen to you on a racetrack, but they're working together, and I think it's helped out a little bit, stemmed the bleed down the straight, and you can see both of them there or thereabouts are caught back up. Badowski, you can still see in the mirror, is hanging with him. Feels like his momentum, he had a lot, did Badowski, and he sort of started to lose it just a bit. And brief trip into the gravel for John Dalton out of the Schumacher S's, but you can see ahead. Fight's starting to pick up just a little bit. A dive from Nico Kumpu from the view of inside of John Dalton's car. I think he might actually have it, but they're back on a straight, so probably not. He's going to be on the outside for the next corner, Jesse Lee. This is going to be scary if made, but I think backing out will Kumpu do. But he knows he's getting his car in there, though, right? And they come onto the Nordschleife. And oh, there goes round. Lee Cash in the Lexus. Oh, it all came undone. A little bit of hip and shoulder, a little bit of a bump from Kumpu, but I think it was just unsettled on the outside. Was Zanet Lee Cash a great bit of wheel to wheel? Like you said, Rubbin is racing, at least on the East Coast, and well, I'd say move done, but I know our stewards are maybe gonna take a peek, and we'll get the thumbs up in a little while, surely.
Yeah, they'll take a look at that and see how fair that move from Kumpu was, but I'm with you, partner. I don't think that's what caused the incident. You don't want to be on the outside of that corner before you get to Sabine Schmidt's curve. You don't want to get on the outside. It's bumpy anyway, that transition from the Grand Prix Strecke to the Nordschleife. And what happened was he was on the outside with Kumpu down his inside, and you try to brake late on the outside. You just sort of jump. The car is unsettled. You're not braking properly, and it's uphill. It's a weird angle, and you're trying to put wheel in it to get it turned. And it's so easy to get the car round backwards. Honestly, that could have been way worse for the number 30, but still a lot of positions lost. And you wouldn't normally think that. Normally you have an incident where you just spin out and you get away with it. Maybe you lose a spot. All the way from the podium down to 7th place is Lakai. That will put Martin still in 2nd place, but Nico Kumpu is up to 3rd, Dalton in 4th, and Badowski, where there were 4 fighting over that podium spot, now they're down to 3. And can I just say, once again, Dalton's strategy worked. Helped Kumpu out, could have passed him short. Helped Kumpu out, and Kumpu eliminated an opponent. I use eliminated in the incorrect way, but you know what I mean. Not that kind of elimination, but car got out of the way one way or another. But yeah. Dalton's up a spot, and that's what he was hoping would happen by helping Kumpu. Probably not in that way, however.
It's not, certainly not like he wrote it up, but it's certainly...
Yeah, he didn't draw it up like that. He wasn't trying to get them into an incident, but he was trying to help Kumpu get by Lakai, and that's exactly what happened.
Absolutely, and it's just going to work in his favor. 10 seconds thereabouts is the lead now for Victor. Ravenko also has the fastest lap, rather unsurprisingly, but sort of a race on his own. And usually, I feel like, Jesse, on other, I'm just going to say it, normal racetracks, because this is certainly anything but, you can get a little bored. You get in what we like to call the John Dalton zone, where John Dalton does not currently reside. I just want to make that clear. But this, just to drive, is such an engaging circuit. You sort of have to be on it all the way. Maintaining focus is still a factor, but I just don't think it's as difficult as it is when you're elsewhere. He's clearly still pushing it, flirting with the wall there. But Ravenko still in control. Coming in, getting ready to take a drop into the carousel. I know I asked you your favorite corner, and I never came in with
what is your favorite corner?
I really like Flugplatz, which is airfield for those of us who don't speak German. I just love it. It's sort of like the first bit of the Nordschleife where you're like, right, this is serious. This isn't a normal place. I need to fear where I am. I need to respect where I am. And it's your sort of first reminder that you ain't in Kansas.
No, that is very fair indeed. Flugplatz is a deceptive corner. It's easy to get wrong. An Audi sitting on the side of the racetrack, and they will tow back to the pit lane. Didn't quite catch. It was Kadar. It's Kadar in the number 16, a 10th place car, top 10 car in GT3, and overall has taken the car back to the garage. A hard crash somewhere before Adenauer. and that is a retirement. We could see the 16 had damage, and they have elected to tow to the pit lane. That promotes Action Jackson, as I like to call him, up inside the top 10. Joe Dauber still chasing them for that spot, different classes. However, even if they were to reverse, Jackson would still be top 10 in GT3 for Kaiju Racing.
As it stands, of course, Victor Ravenko leading GT3, Joe Dauber leading the Super Trofeo class. Victor Nordqvist is leading in GT2. Looks like Anton Klimov is the leader in the Porsche Cup class. I don't know who's currently leading in GT4 or M2, but I imagine they're probably still all around each other. But at the moment, the race is anything but completed. Mike Redford is the one leading in GT4. I've just been informed, and these two still sharing a bit of racetrack, Jesse. It's still Tiershin, it's still Andy Boardman. Like I said, you sometimes you just got to be okay with following for a couple of minutes. This is turning into a couple of laps, which is quite a distance. Cash just ahead, though. Of course, after that spin, maybe struggling a bit. I mean, the car's going to be a bit damaged. Let's see what that looks like down the Nottingham Home, but it looks like we might see a double overtake, maybe. This time, though, with the double suck, which is the only place where I can say that, and it's okay. From the Lamborghini, it seems to be hanging on just a bit. But Lexus v. Lexus, I don't know if Boardman has the shove to get on through, but it's going to be close. I think he's just going to back out a little bit into Tiergarten and then into Hohenrain, and not going to make the move just yet, but I think it's going to be moving.
Yeah, you saw the two Lexi drive away on the Danger Hood, but as soon as we get to the top of the, or sort of even the bottom of the hill, you saw Tiershin close right back in. It was as if Danger Hood didn't even happen, and that is the great thing about GT racing. All the cars very different indeed, have different strengths and weaknesses, and they all end up racing quite close together, as you can see here. Carlos Kaladic joined us in chat, and they were remarking about the 2024 advertisements around the circuit. Of course, that's the variant of the track we're racing on, that year's advertising. I'm quite curious what Kaladic saw that tipped him off specifically that it was 2024. I mean, of course, I believe we know that, but still, oh, it's going to be close here. Oh, Jordan Daly, innocent bystander, gets clipped and hip and shoulder checked into the wall by the BMW, and it's gone wrong again for Daly. Probably broken suspension in the car and a subsequent crash. Oh, that car is ill handling
Onto the curb. It's just all over the place, and that's going to be a tough one to swallow for Jordan Daly. I'd be surprised if he ends up, yeah, he's out of here. He's retired the car. I was going to say, I'd be surprised if he ends up basically restarting his walk through the field, and it was making up incredible ground, and honestly, he was just a passenger in that entirely. BMW off the road. He's trying to predict where he's going to end up. Car's out of his peripheral vision. He's like, I have to just maybe hope that I don't get tagged, and tagged he did get. And unfortunate to lose the Just Gamers car, but it do be like that sometimes. We're joined in the booth by none other than Mr. Ted Edwards. He was speaking with a couple of the drivers to give us some info. I was trying to come up with a title for you, Ted, but I'm just going to call you Ted. Welcome in. Hope you've been enjoying watching, and what you got so far.
So I've seen the student sheet. I'm not going to do any spoilers. I think it has just been posted, so we'll speak about that in a minute. But there's been some, as we can see. There's one being posted at the minute, the 32 in 25th place. But I've been having a look, and I've been speaking to the drivers and just asking them on how they're doing fuels, and they're all about the same with each class, about 7 laps each. But they're they've had some problems of their own. Obviously, we saw Kevin earlier on get spun around by the BMW and then tagged the Ferrari. We've seen Daly into turn one. He had an incident, and obviously he's been having all sorts of problems, and now has DNF. So he wasn't having a great race. Nico is under pressure at front. Earlier on with the Lexus that then spun themselves going on to the Nordschleife itself. So they're not doing too bad, but they've got their little struggles here and there. Obviously, this track is not easy. The curves are quite high, as we just seen with Daly smacking the curb in his Merc and ended up in the wall. So they're doing okay, but there is some struggling happening throughout the field. But they're not doing too bad. Now that's only I think 6 drivers that I spoke to out of the 30 plus that we have here today. As we can see, that Porsche,
Oh,
that's got some very bent steering on
Yep.
both wheels.
It is grabbing and a lot of right hand down, and that's just going to be a really, really long
Oh.
drive back to pit lane. At some point, maybe we'll give up, but for Vadim Haihanov, it's going to be a long run back. The only hope now is they sort of pay attention to who's around them and sort of
God.
stay out of the way, because they're just ping ponging back and forth. You see a BMW of, I think that's Davey, who just came on through and just trying to stay out of the way. So a bit of a hazard. If this was real racing, they would be ordered to stop that car at the nearest marshal post, because that is absolutely treacherous, but making their way through. But yeah, you said you're talking about struggles. That is kind of the mantra of what's going on this circuit. Anything but simple. And obviously times are getting, or penalties are getting posted, rather, and we'll go through those in the next couple of moments. But I know you sort of dipped your toe into ACC in the last championship for the first time in a while. Is there a particular reason you didn't decide to want to tackle the 3 hours of the Nordschleife? I mean, it is a mighty commitment.
It's a cool track. I've done it on iRacing, I've done it on ACC, but it's not for me. As we see right back there in the M6, getting a little bit sideways on the rear, getting it throttled down, getting hooned on by the Porsche. But it's difficult. I think the thing is with this scan of the track for this game, it's very bouncy, and I don't think the cars, because they had to adjust all the dampers and suspension to make the cars work just for this track, which has made the cars not great on other tracks, which is a kudos thing and a problem, but we won't get into that because we could sit here for 6 hours talking about it. But the curves are very sharp. You can feel the bumps everywhere. The cars don't feel planted very well, and obviously if you overpush a car, you're gonna make mistakes and end up having a crash or whatever, as you normally would do in any sim. But comparing it to the iRacing version, which is an older scan, I will say that is much older. Like the iRacing one's softer and nicer, but you can still have a crash. Like the GT cars up there aren't great. So it's difficult. I mean, if LMU got Nords, that'd be very nice to see how that would work, because I think it would be pretty decent. And with a newer scan would be pretty cool. But
Talk about a pipe dream. Nords
exactly.
We're all hoping for it. But
I mean, we've got Daytona and Laguna, and we've got more tracks coming from the Americas. So I mean,
never.
you never say never. But yeah, it's like I wouldn't go GT3 because I think for me it'd be a bit boring. But I wouldn't go GT4 because I'm not a fan of them. I could probably take the Camaro V8. I love a good V8 motor. But then I think it would have been Ferrari Challenge, but there's no one's taking it, so I'd be sat there on my own driving for 3 hours against no one really, and that's a tricky car in itself. But yeah, that's why I didn't do it. That's why I came to do commentary today and see these people driving, which has been quite eventful, as I've seen from the start.
Yeah, eventful indeed, and from our analysis specialist, that was what I wanted to call you earlier, and I'm going to call you it now. We're going to move on to our stewarding specialists as for the next 5 minutes, Mr. Lee, because we have all the info in front of us for lap 1 penalties. Yes, there was a lot that went on, and yes, they've only gone through lap 1. It's a difficult job they have, but anything that sticks out to you, Jesse?
Sure is, Jack. Lap 1 penalties are in and are as follows. Lap 1 turn 1 incident involving the 38 and the 197. 5-second time penalty for car 197 for avoidable contact. The 197 has since left the race. Sector 1 incident involving cars 888, the 28, and the 32. 5-second time penalty for car 32 for avoidable contact. Another Sector 2 incident between car 396 and car number 2. 5-second time penalty for car number 2, overtake with contact. Still in Sector 2, car 610 and the 71. 5-second time penalty for car 71, an overtake with contact. That car has retired from the race, has the 71. Sector 2 still between car 64 and the 93. 5-second penalty to the car 64 for avoidable contact. The 64 has also left the race. The end of sector number 2 between cars 161 and the 227. A 5-second penalty has been awarded to car 227 for an excessive dive bomb leading to the takeout of the 161. In sector 3 at the end of lap number 1, cars 64 and the 888 got into an incident. 5-second penalty for car 888 for an overtake with contact. Been talking to the stewards. They are still looking at lap 2 and making good progress. Rather, besides, guys, there were so many racing incidents for small, minor, and inconsequential contact. Those were the penalties that were actually penalties. There were at least 3 times that amount that were actually racing incidents, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at the student sheet where they get all the incidents come through from the system, and it's been, I think it's been over 40 lines of contact that they've had to go through. So they've been very busy. As we see a crash on the Donahua. I don't know who that is. 460 or 46 something is up in front. They are very slow now. It is Daniel Cajon. What happened? What happened here? I have no idea. It's like
That is,
a wheel turned off or something.
yeah.
Jack.
I think that's going to be a definitely some kind of mechanical failure, because generally it's quite easy to keep a car going in a straight line. But something happened. I'm also wondering,
Jack,
maybe.
Jack, I'm sorry to butt in, but you've never seen me drive. Back to you.
I have, and you seem to do it better than I can. But no, Daniel Kramer, I think, granted that he started going straight almost immediately. Here's my theory. I'm famous for these. I think there was some sort of distraction, maybe reaching down to pick up a water bottle, a phone, maybe pet an animal. Took his hands off the wheel, little bit of oscillation, just became bang, bang, wall, wall, and now down pit lane.
I'm gonna throw another one at you.
Please.
I'm gonna say, because this has happened to me before, is the wheels disconnected. It sort of like your light's still on to say it's got power, but you've lost all terminal buttons, and then it's just come back on. Like you know, your Windows disconnect and reconnect sound. I wonder if that had happened. Just like a slight disconnect, and it's come back because he started turning again as soon as he got straight, like you said. He started turning, he's got back to pit lane. So it's not like he had to stop and recalibrate everything, you know, unplug and plug back in or whatever.
I got another theory. He
Go
put
on.
a rock on his throttle pedal because the Donahua is long enough. He went to go use the restroom while driving the car, and got back just in time for it to go a bit wrong. No, that
You
is,
could do that in the M2. You'd
You
have it loads
probably-
of time.
probably could. You probably could indeed, but it's, you know, things like that I think are just going to be happening throughout the race. Little mistakes that turn major. Such is the nature of this racetrack, but still plenty of racing action going on. Grim Lilith fending off lap after lap the two Lexuses of Lakai and Andy Boardman. It's actually the trio with the Lamborghini of Tiershin following them. See, just in the back of shot there. So that trio has reached the back of Lilith now. So Ash Babies said Lexi. That's his answer. Ted, what is your?
I can't say
plural?
my answer.
What is your ideal plural for Lexus?
Do you mean you physically can't say it, or you're afraid you'll say something inappropriate?
I'd say something inappropriate, and I think you two know what it is.
Don't listen. Our broadcaster, you guys can't hear this at all, but our broadcaster, Ash Bivy, he might as well be the devil on your shoulder, and he's also the devil's advocate right now.
It's like
He
those seagulls
wants
in
Ted
Finding
to say
Nemo.
it, but those seagulls were Australian. He's British. They're a little different, I think. But at any rate, Ted, I appreciate your restraint as we nearly saw a couple of cars, the Lexi in tow, almost get into the wall using every extreme of the racetrack. Ted, I want to ask you this as somebody who's a veteran of ACC. How much do you push it there? There's a guardrail there, right? But you saw how close they got to the wall. How much do you risk it this early, especially this close to the cars you're racing against anyway? Would you be risking it that much at this stage?
It's one of them. I think, yeah, you would. I think if you already had a crash, you definitely do be pushing it a lot more. But I think because these guys want to stay in slipstream ready for Dot and Ahua, they will get every ounce out of the car they can. It is very difficult though, because you see these curves, like, oh, they're not too bad, they won't do much, but we've seen it before where you tap it and you just bounce because your suspension isn't just like a road car, it's quite stiff, even though you may have set it up to be quite soft, because there's quite a lot of bumps, there's quite a lot of curves that you take, like this one here you'll take, that one's quite nice, and then you come down here and I think there's a little jump round about here, and that's quite, as you see that Lexus, well, with Andy Boardman, is a little bit stiffer on the front. He had an extra bounce when he landed, so and here again, look at that front, it just lifts like a plane and then wobbling through the air, so it's difficult. I mean, if you go wide a bit, like through here, you can go onto the grass. There's the grey curves on the left and the right so that you can sort of touch and they're fine, but you can go over onto the grass and sometimes the grass is flat. It's nice and flat and it's fine. Sometimes there'll be big bumps in it and that will put you off and put you into a wall. So it is difficult to know where to push, when to push, but these guys have been driving for so long since the tracks come out, and so they know what they're doing. I mean, Grim's been doing a little bit of practice most nights just to make sure they can get around, because I know he's struggled here before. I struggle here daily, even though he's one of our esports drivers. He struggles here, as we've already seen today. But look at this Lexus power. Bump drafting. Is this NASCAR?
It is
Sounds
today.
like NASCAR right now. V8 motor.
I love the strategy. We saw John Dalton do this earlier, and it worked out.
Look at that close to gap with Grim.
Not to the effect that Dalton probably wanted, as the leaders come into pit to start the pit cycle for all of the lead cars, right on schedule at the end of the first hour. Now, this is interesting because if they could have pushed one more lap, they could have eliminated a stop, but they still might fuel save. Ravenko is in a great position to do that down the stretch with an 18-20 second lead. He might be able to save enough fuel that he only has to do one more stop. I suspect a lot of drivers will attempt to save a minute's worth of fuel over the next 2 hours. Pit stops starting. Nearly everyone's in. Ravenko, Martin, Kumpu, Dalton, Badowski, Lilith, Lakai, Boardman, Tiershin, Jackson, yep, Dauber, they're all in as much as you like, and everybody getting down to the pit limit speed of 60 kph. Nobody really threatening it. A lot of times in these races at ACC, we see people absolutely caning it going down the pit entry lane. Oh my goodness, that bump that Ted, you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing is sprung tight.
Yeah, and it just shows like different cars will have different suspension and damper setups, and it's one of those ones where if you want to take a new car but you're used to some other cars, it's going to throw you off completely because you may drive it the same, but each car drives differently. Each car has a different aggressive setup. Because I think I'm going to say a lot of these guys who use setups will be using aggressive. So some might go for a safer, but safer means you'll be slow through the corners, and this track has a lot of corners that you want to be quick in. But I was speaking to the drivers earlier, Jesse, as I was saying, asked them about pit stops and how long they can go. They were saying 7 laps, you could go 8, but you've got to save quite a bit, which would be 65 minutes a stint if you went your 8 laps. So they're all going for their 7s. I mean, it's one of those things. ACC used to be all right for endurances. You could save quite a bit. Saving was simple, as we know, lifting into corners, braking a bit later because you're slower. Not really anymore since they've done some changes. I don't know what the Kunos changed, but fuel saving isn't something that we really do anymore. You just flat out and just take the fuel you need because you don't really save too much either. So it's quite sad to see that there's no strategies really anymore in this sim compared to what we're now used to in LMU, where Thursday champ and the new Monday champ that's going to be coming up is using your 2 times fuel usage and trying to save that bit like me and Ryan do every Thursday, is try and get that extra out of the tank while still being a decent pace. But you don't really have that in this sim anymore, which defeats the endurance side of things. And this is only 3 hours, but this is a mini enduro solo, and the more time you can save by going the extra lap and saving that bit more fuel helps. I mean, it may not seem a lot, but when you get to the end of the race and you might have to do a splash, if you've saved 3 laps or 2 laps, a lap of stints, you saved 2 over the 2 stints before you got your last one, you probably won't have to come in for a splash if you need to. So, and I think
I was just going to say, Ted, I've also neglected. I talked about them coming in about 2 minutes before the top of the hour, but that's also not going to matter anyway because you'll be sat in pit lane for nearly 2 minutes, getting the attention of the team. And if you do that one more time, then you actually wouldn't have to save fuel at all. But to your point, you talk about the pit stops. It's a solved problem, isn't it? Really, it's formulaic in nature in ACC. The sim's been out so long, it's like Formula One. You know what should and shouldn't work, and it's either strategy A or B, and you can pick between one of the two, and that's really it. It's a solved problem, and you see a lot of that going on here. Everybody in at the end of the hour, no problems getting onto or off of pit lane. We have seen that at the Nordschleife before with the very strange pit entry sequence, but nothing doing for the top 10. Everybody in and off of pit road cleanly. Gonna take just a moment to thank you all for being with us. We invite you to like, subscribe, follow, hit the bell for more RCI action. Our next broadcast after today will be on Monday. The start of the LMU GTE Championship starts this Monday. Still time to sign up for that on SimGrid. You can find our SimGrid community by following the link in the description. As Ted alluded to earlier, the finale of the LMP2 LMU Sprint Championship is this Thursday. There's 5 drivers in that can win the championship in the final race. Join us there, of course. And in a week or so's time, the International Sprint Series on LMU starts on a Friday. I don't think it's this coming Friday. I think it's next Friday. But nevertheless, there is still time to sign up for that, though I believe space is limited for that series. We also invite you to check out our partners that make this race and every race possible. Get yourself a deal at Green Man Gaming by following our link over to their website. Get yourself a highly discounted game on PC. We invite you to also check out the Moza Racing Direct Drive ecosystem. A lot of us here at RCI use the Moza Direct Drive ecosystem. Quality products fit for any budget. Go ahead and check out their range of direct drive hardware at their website. Links in the description. And while you're at it, you're going to need setups. Everybody needs setups. We recommend Coach Dave Delta setups and Coach Dave Academy, or Coach Dave Delta coaching as well. And a special shout out to Motorsport UK for recommending us as an esports community. What do you think, Jack? Do you think there are drivers in this field using Moza direct drive hardware, a Coach Dave CDA setup, and maybe they bought ACC on Green Men Gaming? What do you think the odds are?
For the full trifecta, I'm gonna say fairly low. I think running Moza rig and a CDA setup, I think almost can guarantee. With the triple crown, the RCI, can that be the RCI triple crown?
It certainly could be.
But the maybe, possibly, it's certainly not unlikely that 1, 2, 3 are around in some form or fashion. Second chunk of penalties have come in a bit more hefty ones.
Sudden, we say things and then bad things can they just tend to happen. Well, a couple of bad things have happened on lap 2 and beyond. There was a 3-car incident between the 31, the 797, and the 227. I believe we saw the replay of that earlier. 5-second time penalty awarded to car 797 for avoidable contact. Also on lap 2 between the 227 and the 31, a 10-second penalty for car 31 for an unsafe rejoin. The live stewards do not appreciate rejoining in an unsafe or abbreviated manner. So a hefty penalty there, as Jack alluded to. 5-second time penalty for car 610 for a lap 2 incident that also involved the 667 and the 460. Deemed avoidable contact between the 610 and the 460. Initial contact between the 610 and the 667 noted as a racing incident. Warning was given a lap later to car 610 for minor contact. There was also a 5-second penalty for car number 2 on lap 4, that versus the 797 for an unsafe rejoin. And most recently on lap 5, a 10-second penalty for car 667 for an unsafe rejoin leading to contact. That was the Jordan Daly incident that took them out of the race. A lot of other incidents between lap 2 and 7, but everything else was no further action or a racing incident.
Definitely more to come. I think the stewards are, well, they're probably happy. They're being kept reasonably busy at this stage. Oliver Anderson just snuck their way by Krasnodski in, who was 25th, now 26th. But everybody just kind of making their way around, making their way through, starting to figure out where their race is, where they need to be, and how best to keep themselves focused, alert, and between the white lines. But no big upsets so far, Jesse. I feel like something's gonna happen. There's gonna be a bit of drama at the front of the field. We're gonna get some big moment that we're gonna be talking about for the rest of the race. But at the moment, all's fair for the most part. And if it's not fair, well, you've already been slapped by the steward, so you know what you've done.
Well,
I'm so sorry. I was going to ask for. I want to continue the conversation about favorite corners, or do you have something slightly more important to speak about?
We'll continue the conversation. We're actually going to bring Ted into the conversation about favorite corners.
You read my mind.
But before we get to that, first of all, Ted, we're going to ask you about your favorite corners here at the Schleife. But before that, speaking of penalties, first of all, I was wrong. The pit lane speed here is not 60 kph. It's 50 kph. And one driver has run afoul of that after almost everybody making it without incident. Hayanov has got a penalty on pit lane. Ted, do you have more?
Yeah, we were just talking to the stewards about this, and because we saw them DQ the 222, who's second place in GT4 at the moment. This is the car that had 2 front wheels turning right all the time, and they managed to get back to pit lane. But they went into the pit lane in first. Pit limiter was on, and then they switched up into second gear, which turns the pit limiter off. Okay, they found a wall again. Like you say, it should be 50 kph. They're doing 116, so that was an instant DQ. But the stewards were kind enough to change that from a DQ into a 30, stop and go 30, so they can continue this race. And they are struggling in this Porsche. They've only just repaired their car with their stop and go, and that's going to be a lot of damage on. Yeah, it's turning left now, and they are struggling to turn right. Look
The
at that.
unfortunate nature with this, that is a unresponsive steering system, I would call it.
Oh no!
Here comes a
Who's
Ferrari
that?
in the background. I'm not 100% sure who that was.
Replay.
Race replay.
They're on the racing line. They're trying to turn off. They are. They're on.
Blind corner.
Is that
Yeah.
hit miss hit? Hit miss hit. I think that is, or is it?
Miss hit miss.
That's the
I do
one.
believe.
Thank you very
Yep.
much. See, I don't know my corners here. I just drive the car. But yeah, like they're in. That's a very tricky set of corners because there's different lines through there for each car. Now that Ferrari has got damage on the front, but they are able to keep it in a straight line. The steering, I don't think it's knocked at all. I think they've just got aero damage on the front now, so they'll be losing speed on the straights. It looks pretty stable through the corners, so that's good news for the 38. But just, the problem is, I'm going to speak. I've never been a steward. I never will be a steward. But I've listened to Phil and his team quite a bit. This Ferrari would have been notified there's a slow car ahead, and there would have been maybe waved yellows, but at least there'll be the slow car flag flying around. So they should have known there's a danger in front. I don't think they slowed down too much, apart from just slowing down for the corner. So hopefully no one else has got involved. But you can see the car there. Yeah, they're just going flat in a sense, just continuing to do normal. As you see there, double yellow flag obviously was waved. The 222 is now yellow flag again. They've got over half the circuit to go, and Mike Redford does not have to worry one bit, because I think he's many laps in front. But that is a sad looking Porsche.
I mean, hats off to just not giving up, not giving in at this point, just sort of getting it round. They probably set themselves a goal at the start of the race. I'm going to finish this thing. And, well, they're going to keep doing it. The unfortunate nature of them having a stop and go penalty.
Oh, yeah.
There is a chance. I don't know if you're able to.
I think you can turn it off. If
Can elect to
that's
not
what
take
you're
the
asking.
penalty?
I
Yes,
believe
I didn't know if that was a thing in
it's
ACC.
DQ'd again.
Yeah,
Oh.
guys, I've just been told by one of our stewards in my ear that Hayanov was instructed to tow to the pit lane and not try to drive that car back for fear of additional incidents. And I don't think it got to the driver of the 222 quick enough, and they have been teleported to the pit lane via the stewards, guys.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Jesse. That makes sense. That's the right move. I mean, in a real race, obviously teleportation, in case you guys were wondering, isn't quite invented yet. So we do have to put things on tow trucks and drive them back. But in a situation like that, I mean, that car would be in bits, and there'd be bits of race car all over the racetrack. But they would have been instructed to stop that car, to stop at a marshal post so it isn't a hazard. So it's a fair decision by the stewards to do that, and I think the right decision to make. It's unfortunate for sure, but that's the nature of the rules. And if you are unaware that you're being told to do something and you don't do it, it's still your fault. We are somehow already almost a half distance in this race. I've only just realized I'm pacing myself with donuts in case anybody at home is wondering. I'm 2 down, 3 to go. So I guess that's how I'm keeping track. So we're now going to, I've just now decided, and both of you who are in the box only have to listen because I said so. I don't know. We're using the donut scale for race distance. So at about, I'd say an hour and 15, I will have needed to complete another donut and, I don't know, 30-minute intervals with donuts, perhaps.
Are you doing the racing version of the 999 challenge? Do you know what that is, Jack?
I do, and I suppose I am.
Yeah.
By
For those of you
yeah,
that are aware, in America we have a sport that nobody cares about called baseball. Baseball is played in 9 innings, and there's this weird viral thing that's going around. It's called the 999 challenge. You have 9 hot dogs, 9 adult beverages in 9 innings. So basically, you have to consume a hot dog. This is the most American thing ever. I'm just hearing it out
yep.
loud. This is why the rest of the world makes fun of us. But anyway, you eat a hot dog and drink an adult beverage every inning, which can either mean 5 minutes or 5 hours, depending on how long it goes. So I don't think anyone actually does it. I think it's. I'm sure it is.
Oh, plenty of people do it. Oh
Beard
no,
meets
no,
food. Beard meets food can do it,
no.
but
I
very
think
few
plenty of
people
people
rather
give it a shot.
besides. But yeah, I think it's the thrill of giving it a shot. Jack, you're telling me you're doing the racing equivalent of that today.
Sure. Basically equivalent, except with donuts. And there's 6 more downstairs, so I could.
Six
I
more
don't want
boxes
to.
or 6 more
No,
donuts?
6 more donuts downstairs. A whole other box. And it's Ash Bibbies remind us we had this conversation before the race. We were talking about donuts because I was talking about him, and he was trying to find a specific donut place in the state of Florida, I believe, but was spelling it what he says is properly, which is dough nut, but in the U.S. we spell it as do nut. So he's saying we spell it wrong. It's a do nut on this side of the world, and fun fact: do nut. I've been now instructed to read the steward's fun fact, as McKenna McConnell, the race controller, does drop a fun fact every week, and I'm happy to read it out. It is a very fun fact. It's about armadillos. Yes, there is a motor race happening on your screen. No, you didn't accidentally switch on to the wrong stream. You're still here. We're still doing the 3 hours of the Nordschleife farewell party. Thank you for joining us. Anyways, 9-banded armadillos almost always give birth to identical quadruplets. There are other armadillos that sometimes exceed that and can do identical, I suppose, quintuplets or sextuplets. I could guess, but now you know something else about armadillos. And now we're about to learn something about Ted Edwards, as I realize I've completely forgotten. Ted, favorite corner on the Nordschleife?
Forgot. I don't know the corners very well, so I'm looking at a track map to try and see where. I don't know, because this track's got loads of good corners. Ash wants me to ask him. Okay, go to the 610, Ash. Yeah,
are you gonna say Moot Curve? Is that gonna be your favorite?
Yeah.
Because that was.
I think it's. I don't think it's a corner I like as much, but these corners here, they're just so fast and flowing that you just sort of send it. And we all know I like to send a car through corners, maybe into a wall or another car sometimes. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. But
I
it's
feel
just
like
so
that's vaguely
flowing.
familiar.
It's just so it's like that's why I like Watkins Glen, because it's got a lot of banked corners that push you through the circuit, and I just enjoy a flowy track. I don't like this hairpin stuff where you have to slow right down and then get back up to speed and all that jazz. I just want to keep my foot sort of planted as much as I can and just enjoy the flow of the track. I think that section there is my favorite. I don't have a favorite corner, if I'm honest.
Fair enough. No,
Maybe
the sort of
maybe Foxhole, because that's dangerous.
yeah, it's a
You
scary.
get
We somehow
you get your
haven't mentioned
braking
it.
wrong. You get like me and Daly did Merc GT4 here for an endurance. I think it was a 3 hour again, and we both got it wrong on in our stints. And I was in the wall, and I was on my side, and luckily it went back onto all four wheels. I just got the braking wrong that slight bit, and it was like, you're going straight.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's very sort of half blind, heavy commitment, very high speed, and there is a bit of, I suppose, runoff if you go straight, but then you still end up going across the circuit again and into a barrier, and at that speed, you're pretty much gonna end it
Yeah,
wrong.
that grass is very bumpy, by the way, Jack. I can tell you, fun fact, that grass is very bumpy.
Fun
Tried
fact,
it,
that grass is very bumpy.
missed my braking, didn't hit the barriers. I thought I'll just go across the grass, no throttle, it'll be fine. Bump, rear gone into a car.
A Ted Send, perhaps?
But no, it wasn't a send. It was a mistake that ended up into a contact. The other driver wasn't very happy.
I can imagine. I think there's definitely been it's these things happen. A circuit like this, sometimes we've seen a couple of incidents already today where it's almost something where you sort of put your hands up and you're like, well, I guess it is what it is. I was there. I'm a passenger. You can be frustrated, but it's the most difficult race circuit in anywhere. So sometimes you just have to say, all right, it is what it is. Maybe we'll get them next time. In this case, maybe it might be a while until they're back again. The Dalton Badowski fight still happening on our screen. They've been around each other the entirety of this race. Nico Kumpu, though, finally has opened up a gap. I think as a result of pit stops, there's been a couple of jumps. Andy Boardman got up a few positions in the first couple of pit stops, but it's still as it was at the end of lap 1. Victor Ravenko has now opened his lead up to almost 25 seconds at this point in the race. It's still Dauber leading in Super Trofeo. It's still Anton Klimov leading in Porsche Cup, and it's still Victor Nordqvist leading in the GT2 category. Now on to more favorites. I feel like favorites is just an easy question to ask. Jesse, I will start with you. Favorite car in all of ACC?
Oh, that's easy. It's the 2018 or whatever the revised version of the GTR is. We've talked about this before, but there's something about that car. It's obnoxiously large. It shouldn't race as well as it does, and obviously it doesn't have BOP to keep up with some of the newer machinery, especially the Evo machinery. But nevertheless, it's a fan favorite of mine. In fact, the last Monday ACC champ we did after the race was over, I went down and I talked to Aaron Jackson, who ran the GTR one last time for Kaiju, and I thanked him personally for running it. It's just one of my favorite cars, and it was great to see it out there, and great to see it represented by a driver capable of putting it inside the top 10 in a field full of fantastic drivers and Evo machines. It was nice to see him. Joe Dauber has gone off of the racetrack. He is reconfiguring the Nordschleife. The light, that was not a good line, but the Lamborghini gets a flash of the lights from Linda in the Porsche behind, almost like, hey, good save. That was sketchy. Two different classes, these cars. Joe Dauber not in a GT3 car, but Harold Linda is. But that flash of the lights was not so much a warning or, hey, let me through. It was more of a, whew, good save.
That was incredibly good. All right, Ted, same question. Tell me what your favorite car is in all of ACC and why it isn't the Ford Mustang.
It is the Ford Mustang,
But
Jack.
it is the Ford Mustang, Jack. What are you doing?
I know. I was trying to catch him out.
Would you like me to
Ted
pick
Edwards.
another? Would you like me to pick another car?
Yeah, your second favorite car
Yeah.
in all of ACC.
Second favorite car, that would be the Ferrari Challenge
Respect.
because it's very quick on the straights. It has no brakes. It doesn't turn very well, so you use the rear to turn it, which then you chew up your tyres, so you need new tyres every half an hour. And it's very slippery, but it's so much fun. Like, you are driving the car. Like, because the setups for that thing, you don't really do. I don't think you do dampers at all. I think I don't know if you can change them. It's like a cup car. You don't mess with that sort of thing because it's all locked. But it's like you can add wing on. It doesn't do anything. It just makes you understeer. You take wing off, then you're just drifting for every corner. So it's like you've got to find the balance. But you are compared to a GT3, which is just here's a setup. You drive it, just get it around the track. A challenge is you are driving the car, you make a mistake, you are the one who's put the car in the wall. It's the best amount of fun I've ever had in ACC.
Ted, I'm sorry. You've picked the only car that's not in this race.
Yep, because if we weren't doing a broadcast, I would be in this race in it.
No kidding. So you would have... That is interesting. Sorry. Ash Bibby, our broadcaster, has correctly pointed out that there is no GTR in this race. What I meant to say was he's picked the only car class that isn't in this race today. Ferrari Challenge was available, but nobody selected it for the Schleife.
It's the thing that it's so difficult to drive that people don't find it fun because it's not easy. It's not meant to be easy because you know even if you don't push it, you're just so slow. Like we did the Porsche Cup Ferrari Challenge and Super Trofeo champ on Mondays, and I did that in the challenge. Oh dear, that is Lamborghini. Not holding it. Almost held it, and now he's backwards in a high-speed part.
Backwards on the racetrack. What started this? Following behind a couple of fighting cars and pogo stick kangarooing through the grass. That is a very expensive lawnmower and comes to a less than dignified stop onto the racetrack. And all of that, Ted, only lost one position.
It's not bad, but it shows that not all grass on this track is flat, like we saw with Kumpu earlier on. Is it Kumpu or someone else? I can't remember. Joe. It was Joe who was on the grass, and he was very smooth, but that part there was very bouncy, and he almost held it, but the rear just bounced out. But yeah, the Ferrari Challenge, we did it for that champ, the Super Trofeo, Porsche Cup, and Ferrari Challenge, and there wasn't many of us in the Ferrari Challenge, and some of them who joined us for round one didn't turn up for the rest of this champ, which got quite boring. But I mean, there was me, Kevin, Redford, and some others that were driving it, and it was so fun because you had to try and look after your rear tyres, but then you were slow if you did that, so you had to push it and just burn them up. And I think that we were at Valencia and it was hot, very hot, and as much as you open the rear brake ducts, you are just burning tyres. Like, you could not cool them down at all, and luckily there was a pit stop with tyres, so we could get off and get onto fresh tyres because they were draining, blistering, and felt so horrible.
I remember
that's
that championship. Is there a big crash? Oh, I think there might be a big crash. I think it's up near Kallenhad. No, it isn't. It's in Bergwerk. It's an incident in Bergwerk, and there's still a car there. The 667, I think it is. If we could get like a... Yep.
Those two cars.
If we could get a long replay, maybe we could see what happened up here in Bergwerk. It's Yaroslav crashed, but there were definitely other cars yellow flagged, whether they were slow on going through there or not. This may not have been long enough, unfortunately, as long as we could possibly go. But yeah, there were other cars involved. Ted's absolutely right. He's not hallucinating. Yaroslav gets away, but there were additional cars involved in the Bergwerk incident. That car
Oh, hello.
is crushed. Oh my goodness, is that the 69?
That might have been
Nice.
Andy Boardman. That is Andy Boardman. Yep,
Oh,
he's going slowly.
how? Let's have a look, because this is interesting. There's Grim Lilith behind. He loses on his own, I'm going to guess. But how?
In to mud curve. Yep,
Oh,
he's just got it a bit
no.
wrong in the mud curve. Yep. That'll do it. That is one of my other favorite corners on the circuit because it's just so scary. And if you are a little too committed, that is one of the things that can happen. But Boardman running in the top 5 for the last sort of while. And probably going to need a pretty stout repair. I don't think he's going to try to keep this car out for another half hour, maybe come in this lap to repair. That's going to knock him down the order just a little bit, but he's still, by nature of an hour and a half of racing on the Nordschleife, he's only lost 3 positions as a result.
That corner there, Jack, is like you say, it's fun, but it's sketchy. It's difficult because you can go through there pretty quick, but the problem is if you haven't got the rear grip. If you've got the rear grip, you're going to understeer, so you're going to be careful. But if you don't have the rear grip, you can get the car through. But then if you're going too fast, your rear end starts sliding, and I wonder if that's happened to Boardman. That's why he ended up in the wall. And then he just got very unlucky where he had a weird bounce where he lifted the rear and then span him, because I've been through that many times. You hit the wall, but you can continue going straight. You're going to lose some speed. You're going to have some damage. So when you get to the dot and Hua, you've ruined your front splitter on one of the corners, and you're going to lose. It's like a good amount of kbh down that straight, so people are going to catch you. But you just got a weird bounce. But I've noticed this since watching him. Like coming over some of these big bumps, there's that BMW off in the foreground with that damage still, but he's very stiff on his suspension. So I wonder if that's why he bounced. It didn't. The suspension didn't absorb the damage, like the impact, should I say, from the barriers, and so it just bounced the car. And we've seen it where he's going over these jumps and stuff where his front's lifting, and then when he lands, it's not just like settling into the road. It's having a really stiff land. So I wonder if he's just got running a stiff setup on that Lexus now. I know Lexus setups, they are pretty old. There's not really been any new ones out from any setup provider out there. So it's one of those struggle buses when you take an older car that doesn't get the updated setup that you need.
Definitely a tricky one. I think it was maybe just a misjudgment. The amount of speed he carried in, it did just kind of look like a nice dose of understeer into the barrier. Possibly Harold Linda, I was thinking might finally get past Joe Dauber, but now that they're on the straight, the extra bit of horsepower from the Lamborghini, I think they'll keep it reasonably safe down the straight. I do feel a little bit... I feel like I've been robbed. You guys didn't ask me what my favorite car was in all of ACC.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you're right. Jack, let's correct the wrong as Linda side by side with the Super Trofeo car, and they just about sorted out. That Super Trofeo car is really good in a straight line. The Porsche's better on the brakes and in the twisties. And a net wash there coming to get the start finish straight. Jack Mays, I will ask. First of all, Hase in the pit lane, off sequence pit stop. I'm going to take a guess at what your favorite car in ACC is. I'm going to take a guess.
All right.
Is it the Lamborghini Super Trofeo or GT3?
It actually isn't. My answer is, I feel like it's a pretty silly answer, but as someone who never really drove and got on that well with ACC, my favorite car is just purely on vibes. And it's a two-way tie between the Emile Frey Jag C9 and the Ryder Engineering Lamborghini Gallardo GT3.
Oh my God, Ted, do you remember back in day when we had the Ryder Cup. Do you remember that all the way back
Yeah,
then?
I do remember
we were
that.
broadcasting in black and white, I think, but we had the Ryder Cup. That was one of my favorite series, Jack, that we ever did. It was just chaos from start to finish. That Monza race in the Ryder Cup is one of the all-time most insane things RCI's ever done.
I think that was the. I think that race. I think that was the RCI race. I did. And some reason cars. We're getting up to the start finish line and we're going green. And I was near the back. This is when I was a lot slower. And somehow some cars started spinning, and a car in front of me just jumped out the way. And then there's this Lamborghini right just facing me, and I couldn't stop, so I smacked it head on, said a few swears, and quit the race, and never drove that car again.
I loved it.
Bring back the Ryder Cup.
I loved it. I don't actually know if ACC still does this, but back then, if you tried to play the career mode as the Lexus goes big style over the curves and somehow saves it, the only damage done on the timing and scoring delta, Grim Lilith drives away from Lakai, but a scary moment for Lakai. They fall adrift of the Kaiju 115 of Grim Lilith for the moment, but used to be, to start your career in ACC, you'd have to drive the Ryder car. I don't know if that's still the case. I know it's been changed a few times over the years, but it was always, for me, in my opinion, it was a weird intro to a game about GT3 racing where you enter a Ryder, effectively a Lamborghini Cup car as a start. Of course, we didn't have Porsche Cup back then either, so it was a bit of a strange era. But yeah, I also enjoy that car. Long way to say, I also enjoy that car. I enjoy it because it's obscure and it's weird and it's fast, but it has no aero. Very
like a
weird
Challenge.
car indeed. Ferrari Challenge is fun in its own right.
We bring back the Ryder Cup. Ash baby, I know you're listening. You said you wanted to sponsor a championship. Bring back the Ryder Cup. Do it for the culture. He said it's done, ladies and gentlemen. He said it's done.
It's done. All 5 signups. And by the way, I'm embarrassed about something. I've been watching Victor Rovanenko drive around this racetrack for nearly 2 hours today, and I've only just clocked that that's the car collection Audi and not the KFC Audi.
I would be the KFC Audi on this side, but yeah. I mean, colors are similar. Did you skip breakfast, Jesse?
I don't eat breakfast to begin with, so yes.
It's a crazy thing.
Yeah,
a race replay between Hinda and Joe Dauber. No, it's got a bit wrong for the Porsche. I think a little bit of a skip off the wall. But it seems that everything has come undone in that battle a little bit. Not too much damage, but it was a tiny little touch onto the back. And I think this is Ash Bibby's kind way of saying, can you guys please be quiet and go take your break already? So I believe we're going to go on board with the race leader, quickest man on track, Victor Rovanenko. Lamborghini engine, German hearts, beautiful machine on a beautiful track. We will be back with you all in a little while. So turn your volume up, enjoy the sights and sounds of the Nordschleife, and we'll be back with you shortly.
We hope that you enjoyed the sights and the sounds of the Nürburgring here on the RCI farewell race here on Saturday. Welcome back in, everybody. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Jack Mays, Ted Edwards. We'll hear from Matt Malcolm coming up. And of course, the broadcast, as always, brought to you by Ash Bibby. Some shenanigans happening, Jack, in the race. Eagle-eyed viewers will have noticed that Victor Rovinka has had some sort of connection issues that has plagued them a couple of times. They've sort of disappeared, causing our cameras to malfunction, but he keeps coming back, still connected, but he's lost a ton of his lead.
Yeah, he's down from 30-odd seconds to now just above 6. We've had a bit of pit stops happening as well, so that may have been a little bit of why that time disappeared, but shouldn't be why he lost a full half minute. I think his sort of disconnection left him stationary on the racetrack, and then he came back, and now he's still underway from the cockpit of Victor Rovinka. I can almost guarantee that everything's smooth sailing, and he has no idea that these things are happening. He's just continuing to pound rounds. So I alluded to a bit of drama, perhaps at some point in this race, and I think it's beginning to happen now. Maybe a bit of playing up on the internet side might cause the lead to change hands, hopefully not permanently, hopefully temporarily. Bring on a good race to the finish. We're just under an hour remaining in this race, and our another special guest of ours has joined us. Mr. Matt Malcolm is in the booth. I think it's been a little while since you've been in here properly, and welcome in. Have you been enjoying the festivities today?
Matt Malcolm's going to be just a second. No, it's fine. Matt Malcolm will be just a second. And in the meantime, we're going to go to Ted Edwards, who has an update with the penalties. A couple of interesting ones have come through, I hear, Ted.
Yeah, we've got McKenna McConnell brought through a little sheet of paper like we always do underneath the door, just sticked it in and ran away. Incident on lap 12, sector 2 involving the 95 and the 227. No further action due to hardware failure for the 227. Incident on lap 14 involving the 161. Warning for car 161. Use of in-game chat, which is not allowed because that's distracting to drivers who have the chat turned on. Obviously, people have it turned on for the stewards to tell them if they need to go back to pit lane, as we found out earlier on. Someone didn't, and they got disqualified for it, for not doing as the steward said. And then the final one, lap 14, involving again the 161 warning for use of in-game chat. Second warning increased to 5-second penalty. So yeah, that's not great. But also, I did see as well the number 32, car 32, stop and go 30 for speeding in pit lanes. That's quite excessive. Not excessive enough to get a disqualification, but still quite excessive. We see Nico Kumpu in the 256. Rebound Racing, Aston Martin coming into pit lane to do their pit stop. He's gone further than the other cars.
I thought I had noticed that he had pitted earlier with the rest of the field. I must have been mistaken. That must have been how that lead was gashed. So I do apologize for that little bit of confusion. I did, after all, get up and go stretch my legs. So here we are. But I can say for certain that I won't make a specifically Matt Malcolm related mistake again, because I know he's here joining us in the booth for the first time in a little while. I know you've been watching the race, Matt. You've been enjoying the festivities. He's had to come in here and chat with us. How are things from what you can see?
Yeah, I mean, I've just tuned in about an hour ago, so yeah, saw a little bit of the chaos that came by, but other than that, it looks to be quite a good race so far.
Definitely a good mixture of a lot of things. A wonderful farewell. More people in chat asking, does this mean it's over permanently on RCI? No, that isn't the case. It is a farewell to the regularly scheduled ACC events. There's nothing currently on the calendar opening up. Comes Andy Boardman, though. These two have been with each other all race long. I think after the most recent pit stop, Boardman maybe dropped back a few positions. was running up towards the top 5, had a little bit of an incident, and is now clawing it back at the end of the Dottingham, getting past Marco Badowski. Matt, if you were taking part in this race, you were joining the GT3 category, would you be picking a Lexus? I feel like that seems to be the way to go here. Do you have maybe you'd be driving something else?
Yeah, Lexus is a really good choice to have. In my personal opinion with it, it's a case where do you want to take advantage on the cornering, or do you want to take advantage on the final straight? And to be honest, the final straight is where most of the overtaking happens. So yeah, the Lexus definitely takes the cake when it comes to its overall top speed. But there is some cars that do really benefit the obviously getting a tow from others. So, but if you're on your own, you want to capitalize on the speed, go for it.
Might be absolutely right. Maybe a little bit of shoving here from Daniel Ricciardo. That wasn't really a gap that it opens up. Porsche into Porsche, and almost again, that was Linda into the back of Danielle. So that's, I think, not on the same lap necessarily. Maybe a bit of miscommunication, thinking someone's going to dive out of the way. I think the driver fatigue starting to hit. That's something that we haven't really talked about, Ted. I feel like is the level of fatigue that you can feel. I mean, 3 hours solo isn't a small feat. 3 hours solo on the Nordschleife as a whole, another can of fish. They're 2 hours and 10 minutes in. I mean, you're a driver, you would say. You do some racing from time to time. I mean, what sort of things can start to happen when you start to get a little bit fatigued? You start to lose a bit of focus behind the wheel.
Sorry, I was taking a picture. Was that to me?
That was to you.
Sorry, I thought I heard my name. Me and Matt's name sound very similar when I was taking a picture of a packet of crisps, so very British. I got very distracted. Yeah, when you get fatigued, it's one of those things. Stop laughing. When you're when you're
Jack, you interrupted snack time.
I'm so sorry, Ted. Anyways, continue when you are ready.
When you're 2 hours into a solo race like this on a track this long, and you got to focus all the time. You do get tired. I mean, these guys are brilliant drivers. It's different. I mean, you get into the muscle memory of stuff where you sort of just zone out and you're just driving. But you still need to remember that you are on a racetrack. Yeah, you might be on your own. You might be in the Dalton zone, like some of these drivers are. But I like that. A little mistake like that could have put this Lexus into a wall, and it sort of wakes you up like, oh, I'm driving a car. I've still got 49 minutes left. I don't really want to crash because someone in front crashes, or I might be able to get that place or time back. So it's one of those mind games where you've got to keep yourself busy. I mean, some of these guys here today are in a voice chat in a Discord call, so they can sort of keep each other going. But if you're on your own, and I've done this before, I've been on my own, and it's quite horrible that all you've got is the engine noise of upshift and downshift, and that's it. You don't hear anything else. You're not keeping yourself awake by having a chat with someone, and you just sort of get into this zone where you sort of get too relaxed, and that's when you can start making big mistakes. So it's difficult. I mean it's difficult at any track, but I think here it's even worse because you can come down the Dalton Hill, as we just saw the Lexus said, the 661. And you got to remember you've got to brake at some point at the end because it's quite difficult. And if you miss your braking point, you're gonna find a wall. Luckily, you're right near pit lane, but you still don't want any damage.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situations that you can find yourself in that are so unique to the Nürburgring as opposed to other racetracks. It's bad enough finding yourself in trouble around a normal Grand Prix circuit anywhere, but when your track's 20 plus kilometers long, where you hit the wall is as important as how hard you hit the wall. Some of the time we've already seen it in this race where one car had to be disqualified after smacking into the wall and becoming something of a track hazard. Had a little bit of everything today out there. Our race controller, McKenna McConnell, has brought up that she's issued some of the strangest penalties that she's ever issued. Penalties have come through for use of in-game chat during the race. That's not allowed because it's distracting. There's been disqualification for being a track hazard. There's been no further action for hardware failure. That was a big incident as well. All sorts of random but also interesting things that you wouldn't normally have in a race. It's all coming out here in the finale. Before we get too deep in the final 45 minutes of the 3 hour of Nürburgring here on RCI TV, I'd like to make mention of something we said at the very top of the broadcast because it has been asked again in the chat. Is this the last ACC race ever on RCI? It's a tricky question, but none of us have said no because there's a finality to no that doesn't fit the circumstance. If there is a want, a need, and a drive for ACC racing here on RCI, I can almost assuredly guarantee that there will be a race for it. So is this the last enduro in ACC ever? Who knows? It is the last one scheduled, the last ACC race of 2026, full stop, that is scheduled. But the last forever, who could say?
24 hours of Ginettas.
Absolutely not. We're not doing that. But I
Yeah,
can
we
guarantee
are.
that's not going to happen. I can guarantee that's not going to be the case.
Make it 24 hours of Ginettas versus BMWs because you know how that's going to end.
Oh, what?
Ginettas just going to bully. No, the GT3s because we all know that in
Oh.
prior circumstances, Ginettas matches off the BMWs.
Got to get the small tracks like Brands Hatch, Alton Park.
Hungaroring.
There we go, Mal. We got it ready. Done. 24 hours. Here we come. I got two penalties come through, Mal. If you want to have a look in the penalties channel.
I certainly can. The two that I'm currently seeing is on lap 15, sector 7 involving 95, which was Michael Redford, and 921 is an NFA for minor contact, along with the lap 14, sector 7 involving the 888 and the number 12 is a 5-second penalty for car number 12 for avoidable contact. Further incidents will be penalised more heavily. So for that driver there, for the number 12, it's going to have to be a little bit more careful for Lyndon RMS if he wants to try and for 45 minutes. I'm sure they'll keep it clean for the rest of it. You just need to make sure that you are you just keep yourself straight and narrow.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I think there've been a few incidents and they've been let off with NFAs and RIs, and it's just like, now it's got to a point where okay, right, it's a 5 second to tell you off. Any more, you're going to be getting heavier penalties, and that's not what you want. We've said this many times. I've said this many times. The track's difficult, but you got to have that racecraft in you where you know the guy in front. We saw them earlier on, Malk. They were chasing down Joe Dolbert. They were literally right behind them in two different class of cars, and they struggled to get past the Super Trofeo. And there was a point where they were like almost bumper to bumper, and Joe just kept them behind, which was something that you don't really see, especially from a Super Trofeo, keeping it behind a Porsche GT3.
A Trofeo can actually do a really good job depending on the right setup and the right driver. I mean, we saw it from the Cup series, where basically the Trofeos just dominate the entire series. Because like part of me originally was thinking that the Porsche Cup cars were going to be the ones that are going to take the lead over everyone, but surprisingly, the Trofeos did a really good job because the way it works is it works far as close to a GT3 than say any of the other Cup cars. So it's definitely going to be a fun one to go about if you want to go for a fun car that can combat them in tight corners such as the Nordschleife.
Yeah, it was quite surprising, but I mean, Lind was getting quite close, and I don't know if there was any contacts. Obviously, there's been one somewhere, and now they've had it tailing off. But you got to keep that racecraft in mind. Yeah, the guy in front might be a lot quicker and it's frustrating, but you got to sort of play mind games with the car in front. You've got to try and make them make a mistake. And making Joe Dolber make a mistake is not the easiest thing to do because he's
No.
been driving for
when,
years. You know,
when has either of us actually thrown off Joe Dauber of his race? I don't
Well,
think I ever can recall a single moment I've ever thrown him off.
the only time he makes a mistake if it's his fault, like not an incident like a crash or anything, but him spinning out, it will be him who does it, not anyone making him do it, like mind games.
And
'Cause
even then that's quite rare of Joe to do that.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
he's very. The problem with Joe when you're trying to combat him is he's very consistent. He might not be the fastest of everyone, but he's super consistent, and that's what brings him to the front.
Yeah, and that's what you need in this sort of race around Nords is you need consistency. But yeah, I mean, me and you've played mind games with other people. We've probably played mind games with each other at some point in the RCI races, and you know, I get thrown off by them. I've thrown a lot of people off by them, and it's fun to do that because it's a different way of having a fight in a race car. It's not side by side. It's not into a braking zone. It's not doing, as we call a Ted Send. You know,
we do love a good Ted Send.
We do. If it works, then it's perfect. But if it doesn't, then it's entertaining to see on the stream, but not for the other driver. But you know, it's one of those things where you don't really. I don't think a lot of people think about a mind game. You're just like, oh, I'll get them on speed, I'll get them on exit, I'll dive them into a corner because they left the door open. But you can fake ascend, you can fake, like, you got to make a move into a corner, you just take, you can stay on the inside, but you're not alongside them. And they might brake later, or they will do something they don't normally do into that corner, throws them off, makes their setup not work properly, and they can go wide, and you just like, because you'll go for the inside and you'll just switch back to your normal line quickly as you get on the brakes. They go wide and you just get them down the inside and you're gone because you've got the better entry and exit. So and you can apply that to any sim.
Oh yeah, you can apply it to almost any type of racing scenario, whether you're side by side or just right behind them. Because for me, I quite like to peek my nose out just a bit to make it look like I'm about to take a lunge, but then dive back in the last second. Because
it's like, oh, I'm going. Oh no, not yes, I am. No, not. It's just like
I have thrown a lot of people off doing that, and it's fun to play the mind games. Oh, as Pannier Viz to just take a bit of a squirrely slide with the curbs there, but. Yeah, it's actions like that just makes racing a little bit more fun, where you can play the mind games, and yeah, it's a shame to force people to make mistakes, but that's part of racing.
Sure is. Well, we have another commentator joining us in the booth at the moment. Well, Jesse and Jack are having their little breaks. They've been talking for a very long time. Dan has joined us. How are you doing, Dan?
It has been a while, hasn't it? But I'm doing good, Dad. I'm really glad to be here for the send-off amongst you guys. How are you guys doing yourselves? How has the race been? I've missed quite a lot.
Oh, well, we're doing fine, but the race has been pretty hectic at times. I mean, the start, I wasn't here for the start. I've seen some of the incidents. I've seen some of the penalties that came through, and it was a bit messy. It's been messy for the whole lap one. I think they got done with that about 45 minutes ago, the stewards, and then they got through lap 2 and they're all caught up now. There's quite a few penalties that came through. That time in tower had a few red penalties that were on there, so it's been an interesting one. We've had someone disqualified for not obeying stewarding commands, so it's been one of those races, Dan. But I have a question for you and Mount that I have been asked when I joined. What is your favourite corner on this track? We'll start with Dan, and then we'll go to Matt.
Well, I was thinking about the fact that I think if I recall correctly, I have never raced here nor in real life nor in simulator, so I wouldn't really be, I wouldn't be quite. Maybe I don't have the popular opinion. Well, maybe I do actually, because I wanted to answer the carousel. Because where else do you have a corner like the carousel? Nowhere. You have a corner named Carousel on Road to America, but it's not the carousel we know and love on this Nordschleife track. But I've never raced here. maybe my opinion changes, but for now it's the carousel.
What about you, Mount? What's your favorite?
There's quite a few.
Oh, move for position. Ivan Tirchin in the Lamborghini getting past John Dalton.
That's pretty interesting with that. John Dalton's dropped back. He's dropped behind Grim Lilith. Well, you can see it in the foreground, in the background now. In the green Aston Martin just running away. M6 getting the toe on the Lamborghini. Does have the top end speed, and it's just gone.
Wow.
It's just
He's
gone. Look at that
gone.
gap, building and building, trying to break the toe, going down into the little kink on the dot on the Hua.
You know, he's trying to get into the Dalton zone again, and with the straight line speed of that car, he might succeed as well. Look at the gap he's pulled, and like,
Wow.
wow, that's like the Lamborghini. He can be quick in the corners. He needs to overtake John into a few corners, build a gap immediately. But that BMW is going to win everything back on the straight. It's almost a losing battle.
Mount, before we had that, what was your favorite corner on this track?
Now, what I'm going to say is probably not not a popular opinion. Is actually the final part, like we just seen with Dalton and Twitchin at the final corners. I think that's probably my favorite one, simply because it's a high risk, high reward scenario. If you are, because with most corners, especially with the carousel, yeah, it's fun. You get the banking and all that sort of stuff. But for me, I like a corner that likes to be high risk, high reward. If you want to push it, like that final corner is a bit. If you're side by side by a car, if you are the one that makes the lunge to that corner and makes it, that's to me that's the most satisfying thing you can get out of this track.
Yeah, well, we've seen Kevin Nestor down there on the grass, so I mean, you know, high risk, and he made it. I mean, was it last year or the year before? He didn't make it. He found the wall, but you know, it's one of those things where we've all been there. Probably not Dan, obviously not driven here, but I know we've both been there where you can be later on the brakes, but you risk if your car's not as good as the other guy or person in who's next to you driving on the brakes. You go super deep, and then you can hit the curb, you can hit the grass, and that grass is bouncy. The curb will fling you up, put you into it's so difficult. But I quite agree with your choice there. It is a good set of corners to, you know, coming off a fast straight and then get through those corners to go onto the main straight past the pit lane, and yeah, it's a good one. Now I've got another question for you both. We'll go from Mount to Dan this time. What's your
Are you a
favorite
journalist
car?
by chance?
Oh, well, no, not yet. What's your favourite car to drive in ACC? We'll go with Mount first. What's the one that you would pick every time?
So the one I would pick every time would be the 296 Ferrari. It's definitely, that was one of the first cars where, yes, a lot of people say it's such an easy car to get to pace quickly and all that sort of stuff. But for me, it was the car that felt the most realistic to me when it came to all the cars. But it won't beat to anything to my first love car, which was the 911, the 991 R2, which was my first car in ACC. So if I had to pick it in a competitive sense, it'd be 296. But if it's a car, I would pick, no matter if the bob was all the same, it would be the 991, because that was my first love, and it'll always be my best car.
What about you, Mr. Dan?
Well, a few pop into my head. Obviously, the first one that pops into my head is the beloved Maserati GT4, which I started right here on with RCI and won the championship in. 100% win rate still to this day, but we don't talk about that. So, I mean, it's a good car, but in a competitive sense, it has no TC, it has no ABS, as these guys, Xanet Lakai and Nico Kumpu, who else than Nico Kumpu, are absolutely pushing for 3rd place. But back to the topic at hand. And the one that also pops into my head is the Lamborghini Cup car, which is a really fun car to drive if you ask me. It's a lot of top speed, but it definitely has some downforce. And it feels planted. It's not quite a GT3, but it does feel planted, which makes it fun in a way. You can throw it around a lot. But in a competitive sense, maybe it's boring, but I'd go for my Ferrari GT3. What about you, Ted?
Well, I was asked this question. Do you want to have a guess at the car that I would drive every time?
It's not that hard, Ted. It's
Go
not that
on.
hard.
Let Dan have. I know you do, and you. What about Dan? Dan, you guess. I will tell you, it's a GT3.
I need to get back to my RCI library of streams. But
Yeah.
V8 motor.
I am hearing screeching coming from outside.
oh my god, it's is it the Bentley?
No,
Oh, the Bentley will always have a love for everyone.
it's not British.
Okay, it's alright. But it's a big car, right? I think
It's a big
car.
boy.
It's a big boy. But there are multiple big boys. God, is it the Nissan?
No.
Oh god damn it! I'm so.
Well, I give you one more guess.
Yeah, okay. 3rd time's a charm. It's a big car.
V8.
It's a V8. Do I know what fucking engine some cars have?
To me, it drives like a brick. That's all I'm going
It
to give you
drives
as a
like a
hint.
brick.
Looks like a brick.
It looks like a brick. It drives like a brick. It looks like a brick. It feels like a brick. Is it the? I don't know, is it No, the BMW is V6, right? Is it the Ford?
Yes, it is the Mustang.
It is
It's
the
my it is
Ford.
my pick every time. I love the Mustang because, as Max said, you hear screeching. That's the Screaming Eagles.
Freedom!
And then a car that I would drive just for pure stupid fun, Ferrari Challenge. Which
also
is the-
very fast in the straight line.
Yeah, but it's the only car out of all the classes we have here today. We've got every single class apart from Ferrari Challenge. No one picked it.
Aww.
Mm.
Well,
It is
well,
difficult to drive.
yeah.
So.
It is difficult to drive. Maybe you can still hop in and drive. I mean, who cares? You're 30 laps down. There's a Ferrari on track. There's another BMW on track from Rebecca. And to be fair, I'm not sure what about you guys, but I think this is the best BMW GT3. The Z4 comes close. It comes close. But I think this is the best BMW GT3.
The M6 is
Yeah,
great.
yeah, the
I mean,
M6.
Yeah.
I mean, back in day.
Back in day.
When we first started, Martin Lawrence in the M6, unbeatable. And we saw him in Monday Champ. I was driving the Mustang, and he was in the M6. And because of the bot changes to make everything seem more fair, he was struggling, and it was pretty sad to see because there was a lot of older cars in there. Will was in the Jag, we had Aaron in the Nissan, but the M6 just got bopped so heavily because obviously it is quick and it's good in a straight line, as we've already seen here today with these two drive down the main street. We'll probably see Dalton get into the slipstream of Grim Lilith and just go away from that Lamborghini as already pulling away, as we see the gap already go 2 car lengths from 1 car length. So, but yeah, I love the old cars, but you can't put, get rid of all the new cars that we got, go back to the older ones we had, the non-Evos and stuff. But we can't do that anymore because Kunos just forgot about the. Oh my god, he's going for a move over Grim Lilith on the inside. There's contact. John Dalton's round.
Oh!
Massive crash. Grim Lilith keeps it going. Fastest fingers
Ah.
in Northern Ireland. And Dalton just taps the wall, but I don't know if there's much damage. I don't know if we
You
can
saw
get a
it
quick
coming.
onboard, Mr. Bibby. I don't think
Just
he's
need-
got
No, that
huge
car's
damage.
ruined.
Huge
That
damage.
car's ruined.
Can we get an onboard
No.
quick before he does his pit stop, Mr. Bibby,
That's-
to see if he's got steering damage?
You could almost see it coming, really. That was
I
a
can see
little
it
bit.
40.
Oh, he is. Look at
Yeah.
that. 45 degrees to the left.
That's going to be at least 2 minutes in the pits to get that fixed.
And
That is-
ACC isn't kind with the damage
Have a look.
repairs like
Have a
iRacing.
quick look. He goes for the gap. The gap's
Is
there, and then Grim just sort of moves a bit left. I think Dalton had nowhere to go, but he put himself there. So it is one of those. It's one of the things like what you're saying, Malk. Like what you were saying earlier about that corner coming to the end of
Yeah.
the straight, going into the braking zone.
Oh yeah.
You try and chance it. Dalton chanced it, made it into the gap. Don't know what happened with Grim in the Aston. Don't know why. Oh dear, them two
Oh.
getting turned around by a BMW GT3 and tagged
Oh,
the
no.
KTM
Big hit there.
GT2. That is very unfortunate from the KTM. But yeah, Dalton went for the gap. Gap was there. Gap, you know, he almost got past. He almost got clear. Then Grim's front left hits Dalton's rear right and spins him, and unfortunately
There he goes.
bounces to the wall. But
Nico Kumpu up to P3 with 26 minutes remaining. Is that the move for the final podium spot? The Finnish driver who's driven so many races here on RCI, trying to finish the last year in a podium position when Carnage struck for P5 and 6. Grim Lilith has been for a few laps actually on the absolute back of that number 30 Lexus, and he's done it, Ted.
he
Yeah.
sure has. 32 just had a yellow flag and has gone back to the pits to tow in. This is the 32 now. Ash could be reading my mind
Oh.
clearly. What?
Oh.
Oh, lost. Is that on their?
Oh.
That,
think
That
it's
has
a
to be a
foul.
on their
hit.
own.
That has to be a tap there because it looked like a
it.
tap. Unless
That
the
was-
steering snapped onto there.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I have the steering sheet where they get all their incidents coming through from the game. It's pulled up as a contact with the 667. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what the stewards say about that. They are reviewing the 115 of Grim Lilith and the 899 of John Dalton. So we will see what they come up with from their camera angles. They see more than us because they've got 5 of them at the minute, looking through all the incidents that do pop in. They've had a break. No one's had any incidents so far, and we've had quite a few in the past few minutes pop up. So keep an eye on that
So-
for you folks at home.
Well, it certainly is. Well, I want to go back to the overtake that Kampu did. Obviously, if the Akash, if he decides to keep within the second going into the final straight, that Lexus is going to be able to get past Kampu again, because we saw earlier on the Lexus can absolutely dominate on the toe versus the Aston Martin, as Ravenko looked very close to the wall there as he moved through this middle sector. But yeah, so it really depends on whether or not he can keep to that second gap. Right now, the gap on that sector time is 0.7 of a second after sector 2. So quite interesting to see if once they come around towards that straight, I kind of want to get a chance to see what happens when the Lexus is unveiled on the straight.
I'll tell you what, that Audi GT3 not only looks beautiful, it looks absolutely planted in the hands of Viktor Ravenko. No wonder he has a nearly 60-second gap built after 2 hours and 30 minutes. He looks absolutely to be nailing it down on this Nordschleife track, and you can only wonder how fast he can, maybe how fast that gap behind can climb up even more. Maybe he can get it up to 70 seconds, maybe 80 seconds. But I agree with Malcolm for the battle for P3. But I feel like Nicky Kumpu had been there for a while. He was waiting for his chance. I think he's quite a bit faster, but we'll see when the next sector times arrive.
Well,
So-
Ravenko has been sorry, Mal. Ravenko's been
No,
pushing
you go.
every lap because he's been tapping some of the walls through the. You got some of the left-handers where you hit the apex, but you go out to near the wall. He's been tapping some of the walls every now and then, so he's not giving. You know, he's not chilling out because he's got his minute lead. He's pushing that car, which is crazy. I wouldn't do that. I don't think you guys would do that if you're in the lead by 60 seconds. As we've seen, one mistake, you're damaged and you're further back. As we see, John Dalton is down in 12th and he's 20 seconds off Joe Dolber. Not for fighting for position, but overall, so he is 50 seconds away from Aaron Jackson, who is in 10th place in the other Kaiju Racing car. As we see here, the Lamborghini on Aston Martin, boys.
The question is, has Grim Lilith maybe got some damage from that earlier incident with John Dalton? Because the Lamborghini is all over the back of that Aston Martin, which previously, obviously, Grim Lilith was a bit in front. Yes, catched up by John Dalton, but that's because the M6 just has a massive straight line speed advantage compared to those other GT3 cars. Now, does Grim Lilith have some damage? Again, Turchin maybe capitalize on it, but we know, Malcolm, it's the Nordschleife, a lot of corners, but maybe not a huge amount of overtaking opportunities.
Not a lot, but it really depends on certain places. Like, you can probably get through a lot of overtaking in through the first part of the Nordschleife itself. I'm not talking about the GP, just talking about this going into there, because there's a few, like, you got the right-hander, and then you go flat out down the hill onto the left. That's a great opportunity to try and get an overtake, but it can be, you know, it's a double-edged sword. You can overtake there, but because of high speed and the narrowing when you get down to the end, that's when it starts to get a bit risky. But if you know you can overtake there, you're solid. You could probably, if say for example, if you're behind someone in the carousel, if they make a mistake on the carousel, they're going to rise straight up to the top end, and you could just go right underneath them. So plenty of places you can overtake on the Nordschleife itself, besides onto the, besides the straight parts. But Bibi, can you take us back over to Campu versus Lacage, please, as we get a chance to see them on the straight. It is currently 1.5 seconds. Watch the gap. The gap will bring it down massively, depending on how much downforce that Lexus has. Still quite a bit of a distance away, but he can probably claw that back as he goes towards the start-finish line.
You can see him coming closer.
I was going to say something about Grim, sorry. We know he's a controller veteran. He's been controller ever since he's been in RCI. It's just how he does it, and he is very quick, but I think he might be chewing away his rear tires. Probably being on controller, you don't have the smoothness as like a wheel does, and obviously pedals. So I wonder if he's just chewed them up a bit, trying to go quicker. And as you see here, he's not pulling away. That Lamborghini's right in his rear end. Is he going to try and do a Dalton? No, he doesn't. He's going to stick. Is he going to stay all the way until turn 1? The Lamborghini does. Plays it safe. Don't want to do anything silly. Very bumpy around here, and the curves are horrible. Now let's see if he can gain back on the time into turn 1.
Maybe enough to make a lunge.
It's a big gap. It's a big gap for the man in P6, but it could be possible. If you overtake Grim Lilith here and you're in front of him through the entire Nordschleife section, you can pull away a big gap, but it seems to be a bit too much asked for the man in the Lamborghini just behind Grim Lilith. But I think that he gave us a very good point with the tires, and that may be crucial, especially in the final few minutes of the race. That certainly won't help. A little touch, a little right-hand side tires through the gravel for Ivan Terchin, and the gap seems to settle. 2 equal GT3 machineries make 2 equal GT3 drivers, make 2 equal gaps. So I think it really comes down to who makes a mistake, who makes it first, and who's then able to capitalize by staying ahead.
Yeah, 18 minutes and 16 seconds left of this race. Not many laps to go. Whereas these two are fighting for position, and Kumpu trying to hold P3. Not many, I don't think there's any more battles down the grid unless there's some crashes or some big penalties coming through. I know there is a penalty coming through for one of the cars, not been posted yet, so we'll keep you updated once it's being posted. There's 2 more incidents they are looking at, and one with Grim Lilith. We'll see what that turns out to be. Hopefully nothing too serious, as that will ruin their chance at keeping their position. But Richard Whittle, trying to chase down Callum Kerrigan for the M2. We haven't really been on the M2 too much. Oh, a bit of oversteer. 1.1 seconds away from the lead of the M2 race, and that's not bad going in these cars. As you can see, there's a M4 GT3 behind, just waiting, getting very close in that rear view mirror. I'm just staring at that mirror. If I was driving, that's all I'd be looking at, and they do get past cleanly on Whittle and on Kerrigan, luckily. Hopefully it doesn't interfere with their race too much.
I wanted to get back on the point Matt Malcolm gave us a few minutes earlier. Racing, it's all about the when you talk about risk, right? It's all about high percentage moves. That's what a driver needs to think about when going for a move. How high of percentage is me making this move resulting in an overtake? If it's like 50-50, you need to very quickly think. And 50-50 normally is like an overtake around the outside. It can get very risky on exit. Maybe the car in front doesn't leave you enough space. Is it too much of a dive bomb? Does that maybe decrease my percentage to 40? And even 60 isn't really a guaranteed overtake. Oh my god, that's the leader touching the wall.
That's what I was saying earlier, Dan.
Yeah,
They've been doing that a few times.
He's pushing, and you know, with overdriving, it's also a risk you take, especially when you're leading with he has a 64-second gap now, 15 minutes remaining. If you bin it now, yes, you have a big gap, but if you need a car that's in the wall, has damage, if you have 2 minutes of repairs, well, it's already done. You're probably back down to P7. So that's also a big risk factor, but I think the leaders has got it somewhat under control.
Looks to be an incident with Mike Redford. I've just seen the yellow flag just pointed out to him. We've just gone past it there, but I wonder if there'll be a replay of that from Ash Baby. Might be. Let's have a wee look in here. Just pulled to the side of the road. Looks like he might have just taken a spin on the exit of the carousel. It's very likely he's gone onto the curb, and the car's just reacted in a bad way and just spun himself around. So that's my guess. We won't know until I speak to him, of course, later today, but that really depends on what's been the case on that. But I don't think it's made a dent of him being the leading GT4.
Kevin
Now
Bost.
sitting inside Kevin Bost now, so let's see where he is. P20 chasing down Anderson in the Lexus, currently in the GT2. I believe he's the leading GT2. No, there's Victor Nordquist in the P17, so he's got a wee bit of gap to catch up to Nordquist unless he makes a mistake. But regardless, we wanted to make his position up beyond the P20 mark there shortly.
Normally flying airplanes, Kevin Boswell. He's flying an Audi GT2 in this case, doing a solid job in P20, doing a proper job in P20 actually. And while that fight continues for the GT2, this fight continues as well with Grim Lilith now putting a little bit of a gap actually to that Lamborghini of Techin, but that gap will come down. We're already pretty close to that very long straight, and well, the Lamborghini has a slipstream, so advantage goes to the number 59.
Well, while we're watching the 115, we've got 4 penalties that have come through. The first one, lap 14, sector 5, involving the 737 and the 396. 10 seconds to the 396 for avoidable contact multi-class, which is obviously more harsher than if it's the same class. And then we've got lap 14, sector 5, involving the 737 and 19 NF8 avoidable contact, which I think was with that one there, which Ash has just shown us. Thank you very much. Incident on lap 18, sector 8, involving the 899 and the 115. This is the big one that we saw after Dalton Nahua, which was John Dalton going on the inside of Grim Lilith. That has now been put as a unfortunate racing incident. No penalty applied to either car. So that's luckily for Grim Lilith, he does not have to worry about a penalty coming through. This is the incident that I'm just speaking about. John Dalton going on the inside. Unfortunate tap from Green Lilith. Don't know if that was John Dalton's fault because he had slightest bit of room there on the inside of his car. And then the last one on lap 16, sector 7, involving the 32 and the 667 is a racing incident unavoidable contact. So we're all caught up again. The stewards can have a little bit of a break with 12 minutes and 16 seconds left of this race, lads. And this N2 fight is heating up in the not so Dacia Logan, as on the side. I think it's been scribbled out. The Dacia logo has been scribbled out and has been put as BMW. If Ash wants to show you guys again with his free cam, nice drone movements, because I don't think these lads have seen it. It's quite an interesting livery. Oh, Kerrigan going
That's just
deep.
gone wide. That's just gone wide. Is he going to lose a position as well? Side by side, coming through the Schumacher S. Can it go wrong? Will it go right? The answer is the latter. Kerrigan still having his pack full of Richard Whitful, who's now again alongside. It's going to be very tough. Callum absolutely squeezing that 957 BMW M2, seeming to hold him off, but it's going to be tight battle all towards the end of this race for sure.
A little bit of a wiggle from Callum Kerrigan coming out of the exit there. It's a love the livery of the M2, especially the Roker Poker. That's a bit worse for wear, unfortunately, but it's a soul sight we do love to see at some point of our racing days. Callum Kerrigan is able to keep it safe going into the start of the Nordschleife circuit, but he's a bit of a wide exit he's taken onto that one, which brings back Richard Whithull into the rear bumper of Callum Kerrigan. But so far he's able to keep it clean and keep it forward, but he's got two other M2s behind him that are trying to get past him, especially it looks to be Davey that wants to unlap himself from Kerrigan.
Yeah, Davey's just chilling after his incidents he's had, bless him, and getting turned around earlier, and he's just watching this fight. I think we've done the same thing when we've been a few laps down and we're just like, oh, just watching the leaders just fight is quite entertaining when you can just sit and chill and just watch them have their own fight. It's like watching the broadcast but on board. So Callum is very slidey on the rear. I wonder if he's chewed up his tyres to try and keep that gap away from Richard, but Richard is not going anywhere. His car looks more stable than Kerrigan's, but this is going to be an interesting fight. At least 2 more laps for these guys as Lind is in the pit lane to do a pit stop. I think I wonder if anyone's going to have to take a splash for 1 more lap, because speaking to some of the drivers earlier, guys, and they can do 58 minutes, but then they spend quite a bit of time in the pit lane, so it might equal to just over an hour just over. But if you do 8 laps, you can do 65 minutes, but no one on the first stint was doing 65, but then we noticed that 2 drivers in the GT3s went the extra lap. So we just have to wait and see when the time ticks closer towards the end if anyone needs to pit for extra fuel, and that might make them drop down in positions if they have to take the extra lap of fuel. But in the background, we've got some GT3s trying to get past. Mike Redford, the only GT4 left in this race after the second one got disqualified for not reading and obeying the stewarding messages. And Lex is getting through. Mike Redford's trying to go around the outside, trying to get past Richard Whithull. Doesn't really want to get involved in this fight. He has nothing to gain from this apart from positions overall. He wants to win in the McLaren in the GT4 class. He's struggling to try and find a gap without making Richard lose too much time, and he's playing it very safe and very nice.
Just needs to wait for the straight.
It's yeah, go on, Malcolm.
No, it's just I was going to say the McLaren GT4 at times could be just as fast as the GT3 on a straight line.
It's certainly going to be interesting, especially with that Porsche Cup now coming to interfere with all of this as well. Surely the hearts of both M2 drivers are pumping like hell, and I'm really curious how that Porsche is going to navigate
Oh,
through
this
all
is
of going to
dangerous.
the inside as well. That's not so convenient for Richard Wiffle, who now has a gap again. Maybe Kerrigan is getting slowed down into that right-hander, but it seems to be better for Callum Kerrigan. And well, what an end to my commentary adventure here for this race, because I'm already going to leave. It was an absolute honor with you guys, Dad, Ash, Malcolm, and the rest who's going to end, and everyone who's been driving. I'm gonna catch my barbecue. I'm gonna wish you guys very good luck for the end, and well, glad to be part of it, a little bit of this very last Enduro race.
Well, thank you, Dan, for popping along, and I hope you enjoy your food. I'm very jealous now. I've got a packet of crisps, and you're gonna have a nice barbecue, so enjoy yourself, mate.
Well, difference are there for a reason. Well, thank you. We'll keep in touch. And I mean, it doesn't mean I'll be gone for RCI. There's more to RCI than only ACC. Maybe I'll see you guys along with the LMU Championship. Who knows?
Here's hoping, Dan. Thank you for joining us for a little while today. We enjoyed having you, and I know you enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of your
Loved it.
evening, and definitely catch you soon.
Good luck, guys. Ciao, ciao.
Mr. Lee,
so
it looks like
I was-
we're. Oh no, sorry, Matt. I was just gonna say.
I was gonna
it
jump-
seems
I was
like
gonna jump
we're
in.
beginning to get to the end.
We are just about to get to end, but before that, I want you guys ask me a question. I'm going to ask everyone here a question.
Oh God.
What is
Uh-oh.
what is your favorite moment on ACC with RCI?
Oh God.
I'm gonna give them a moment to think about it. I've actually been thinking about this. Jack and I talked about our favorite sort of weekly racing series moments a few weeks
always-
ago with the conclusion of the Monday Champ. But I'm gonna give you my favorite endurance moment of all time.
I was gonna say,
don't
I was
remember-
gonna say, isn't Night Owl your best one?
No, well, I mean, Night Owl just has so many memories that I don't remember. But weird, I don't know why that might have been. But as far as endurance racing, considering that is sort of what's on offer today, my favorite endurance memory ever were some of the ridiculous close finishes we had in our 12-hour, and I think we did some shorter endurance races around Mount Panorama. But the one thing that sticks out is how close some of them came down to it in an era where that happened multiple times in real life. The sim racing world echoed that exact thing. We ended up having 2 or 3 Mount Panorama races, long endurances, folks, that came down to last lap passes and nose to tail finishes. And those are among my favorite moments in ACC. Anybody else have any other ones?
I'll go. Because no one else is speaking. At the time was not my favourite, but now it's become a joke, and it's become a little meme in the community between the staff. Is my Malc already knows. It's at Donington Park. We go there every year. We put flowers down. No one died in real life, by the way. I accidentally missed my braking zone into the final corner, and I took out our admin. I was only a moderator at the time. I took out our admin, Ryan Gill, pretty hard, and if I wasn't a staff member, it would have looked like it was very much on purpose. And it was funny because I was streaming at the time, and I think it's still on one of my clips where you can just see my face, and you can see how much disappointment I have in my face and how worried I am, because I just completely missed it. There was a GT4 on my right hand side, and I missed a 100-meter braking point, which is where you normally brake, and I was braking at the 50-meter point, and I swiped Gil straight into the gravel. And the funny thing is, when we go there to watch racing, watch GT3 racing, whatever we watch, we always have this thing of that's where Ted murdered Gil, and we always laugh about it. And and it's nice that me and Ryan now can just look at each other. We could just laugh about it, and it's just a little running joke. But at the time, it wasn't funny at all. But that's one of my best moments. My favorite moment, I think, was winning the 2 hour of Misano in silver class solo, because I hardly win any races, like either my own fault, getting taken out or whatever. And I think that's, oh my god, what is happening here?
Oh, it
Close
was
coming into the pit
big
lane is
hit.
exactly what that is. Two different classes, the TCX class and GT3 coming together in the pit lane. Ted Edwards and Ryan Gill's saga in Donington Park, one that has rippled throughout the annals of RCI history and has bled over into the real world. Tim Peck's joined us for the 3-hour farewell ceremony. Tim Peck, you're with us. Hello, welcome, old friend. You have a moment that you'd like to mention as well.
Thank you very much, Jesse, and thank you to all of you for having me back for the farewell ceremony for ACC. I've got to say, there have been so many great moments which I have had the pleasure of commentating on throughout my time here at RCI. And I think the one that sticks out the most for me was way back in, I think it was season 6 of the Thursday GT4 Champ. And me, Austin, and Christian have been running that as a broadcast team for a while. It was the final race that we were ever going to be running all together before going separate directions. But the reason it stood out to me so much is because all season we've been watching Tom Bryant racing, and to say he had a lot of misfortune across that season would be an understatement. I don't think we saw him finish above 10th really in most of the races. So we come to Monza, the finale, and I remember it had already been an exciting race. There was so much chaos at the beginning. There was so many good overtakes. And against all odds, we watched Tom Bryant cross the finish line in first for the final race of the season. I think it was his first race win ever in an RCI hosted event as well. And I mean, that whole day, it was just absolutely phenomenal to watch. And I remember he was really happy. We were having such a good time as well. And it was just the perfect send-off for us for the Thursday Champ.
Well, on the racetrack, things are picking up. You may have noticed that Ravenko has lost a ton of time. The bonnet on the car collection Audi is askew. They had an incident prior to this lap, and this is, of course, the final lap of the race, and it's continued to go downhill. Ravenko has lost 30-plus seconds, and Nico Kumpo in the 256 is catching, completely blowing through the chicane. There was Victor Ravenko in the number 11. Here comes Nico Kumpo for the dying embers of the race and for bragging rights here in the finale. Nico Kumpo for Rebound Racing is smelling blood in the water.
This is absolutely stellar. Listen, we were talking about close finishes. We were talking about last lap overtakes, Jesse Lee, and I think you might have willed this one into existence. It's such a long lap. It's such a hard hit that Victor Ravenko took a lap and a half ago, and now here comes, the Audi of Kevin Boss trying to get through and in the way, slowing him down just a little bit more. Here comes Nico Kumpo. It's almost a done deal at this point. Nico Kumpo has about several minutes to overtake this car that is well down on pace, and here he goes for the lead of the race. 3 hours in, final lap of the race. Here comes Nico Kumpo to take the lead of this race. Unbelievable. Little bit of drama to end off what has been a fantastic afternoon.
Unbelievable. We're sitting here reminiscing, but there's one final special moment in the tank, and it's this crazy finish here. Victor Rovanenko qualified on pole, has led almost the entire way, if not the entire way. And in the final moments, echoes of what Jack and Ted and me have been saying all race long. It's endurance racing. It's the Nordschleife. Anything is possible, and it has been possible, and it has occurred here. New leader on the final lap, Nico Kumpo. The question will be, How far does Victor Rovanenko fall down the order? Will they fall into the grasp of Martin, maybe Lakai, Grim Lilith, perhaps? All those cars in the top 5. We don't know. We will see. Here is Yusuf Martin in the 921. They're in third place. They were about 30 or so seconds back. They're only 23 seconds back now. Will they get it done here in the last gasp? Matt Malcolm, while we watch this developing story, do you have a favorite moment of RCI ACC racing?
Oh, don't. This is the part where I don't know. Probably there's two. There's definitely two in my books. The first one being, referring back to Tim Peck's Thursday Championship, one of the second series I have ever been in on my own. I won the first race after fighting John Eraser for that race on race 2. I was behind him the entire race, just could not get past him until I made a full-on send on Spoon Corner at Suzuka, and here he goes. Yusuf Martin gets past Rovenko as he then takes the second spot. It's going to be near enough impossible for Lacage to be able to catch up onto him there. So, but yeah, there's that one. And then my second favorite memory was probably season 17 of Night Owl. Season 16 was the horrible season. I will not ever talk about it due to issues regarding on the track. But never got anywhere with it. And then on my first race on 5th Japan, of all places, bagged a podium onto there as well. It's where you said it cemented me from a silver to a pro driver, like you said, Jesse.
I love it. I noticed that some of the drivers have picked their winning moments here. Jack, what might you answer with your favorite moment as we close this one out?
I mean, if it's favorite ACC endurance moment, it's a little embarrassing. This is the only ACC endurance I've done. So my favorite moment is spending the day with you all in all of the ACC endurances I've done.
Well, it's the friends we made along the way, and it's a sweet moment, as it's a bitter one for Victor Rovanenko, who's down to third place. We don't suspect Lakai will catch them even with this damage, but hey, we've been wrong before. Nico Kumpu down the Dottinger Hood for the last time. There's no +1 added for a lap. This will be the checkered flag, not only for the race, but for scheduled ACC racing for the year. Nico Kumpu has dominated all facets of ACC racing here at RCI over the years, and he's going to end with an emphatic exclamation mark. One final race, one final pass on the last lap. Nico Kumpu wins the farewell race at the Nürburgring.
Unbelievable moment. He's now taken victory in both finales. He won the final race on Monday, and he's now done it on Saturday. Here comes Yusuf Martin to take second place in the Porsche. The Dying Embers, a huge shakeup in this race. Victor Rovanenko now can breathe a sigh of relief. He knows he's done falling down the order. He still gets to limp his car up onto the podium. He led the entire race. He had it all in hand. But the Nordschleife takes what it wants, and it wanted the front end of that Audi. Here he comes across the line to take the podium position overall, and Lakai not quite able to catch up to get onto the podium. They will have a 5-second time penalty. It won't be worth enough to change the look of their race, but the bruised and battered Lexus is going to cross the line in 4th.
Cars filtering across the line. Grim Lilith will be next in a fantastic top 5 for the Kaiju driver and longtime avid racer here in ACC on RCI. Grim Lilith, just brilliant. Andy Boardman's picked up a drive-through penalty somewhere on the last lap of the race. It's not on the stewarding report, so I have to believe that is for track limits at some point on the final lap, and that will promote Marco Badowski up to P6. Boardman will attempt to serve the penalty, which I believe this actually works in ACC. If you cross the line while in the lane, I think it actually counts. Nope, it converted it, tell a lie. converted it into a stop, or not stop and go, a 30-second penalty as well. Everybody else filtering through. Pearchin will come through, as well as Dalton. The question, oh man, what might have been for John Dalton if it would have just went a little bit better for them, but still a top 10 in the 8:99. Normally races for nearly on pace, running a nearly on pace number. We'll credit him with a top 10 in the finale for nearly on pace. Joe Dauber is going to finish in the top 10 overall, and the win in the Super Trofeo category for Rebound Racing.
Names that will go down in the history of RCI. Speaking of Rebound Racing, we got Harold Linda going to finish 11th for the Rock Motorsports Porsche. At this point, finishing this race, if I started, my goal is to get to the checkered flag. So for everyone who has done, congratulations regardless of where you finish. We've also had Boss Anderson and Svitovsky who have crossed the line as well. Wojciech Rybecki for Connection Loss Racing will be the next to cross the line in GT3. Winding up the M6 for the final time down the Dottingahoa, and what an excellent afternoon we had. What a great farewell, closing the book, but not giving up on ACC entirely. There may be a time where another event comes down, but for now, on the schedule, it all ends here. LMU is the future. We will be getting Mondays next week. The finale of our Thursday LMP2 Sprint Series will be next week as well, and then the Intercontinental Sprint Series on Fridays will commence shortly after. But here's Wojciech Rybecki to take it in 12th position in the M6.
Of course, LMU, as Jack said, looking like 2 times a week. And right now you have your choice. You could race in a GTE series, an LMP2 series, or a hypercar and LMGT3 series as well while time lasts. Some of those series have limited spots available. Go to SimGrid, check out what is available for you. We were talking about our favorite moments of ACC. Seb Brunier, longtime supporter and just an all-around great human being in chat. Super big help to RCI over the years in ACC and beyond. Has come up with a couple. Night Owl, always a favorite. I believe he's won at least one of those Night Owl championships in his category, but also World Tour with several splits in the early days. Just a humongous amount of cars. I think at one point we had 200 plus drivers sign up for World Tour back in the early days at ACC as well, when the sim was new and when the world was shut down. Seems like forever ago. Cars coming across the line. Klimov comes across in the 486 to win it in the Porsche Cup category. Panervis comes across as well. Victor Nordquist will come across in what I believe is a GT4 KTM. Could be wrong, but GT2. I think it is GT2. So in the GT, that's right, because there are 2 GT2s remaining, but only 1 GT4. So as I was saying, Victor Nordquist for Sim Brothers Racing, another classic name here at RCI. ACC will win it in GT2 in the KTM of all things.
Ivano Malatesta's come across the line now. Yeah, the KTM of all things. That's might be the first time I've seen a KTM on circuit in a RCI ACC stream that I've done. Oh, no, we got a limping BMW. Oh, they might have run out of fuel. Somebody get out and push Yaroslav because, he's going slowly. He might be on limp home. I know in ACC you get a little bit of extra shove. I mean, that car is quite damaged, so hopefully we make it to the end of this race to come so far, and it all end like this. But I'm sure they'll limp their way back. Not too far to go now. Adnan Pasina is going to come across the line next. They also have a drive-through penalty that will be converted into a 30-second time penalty. Not going to make any difference on the sheet. So they will come across the line in 14th position. Few more cars to go now, both of which moving a bit slowly. Of course, you have the 667 BMW, and who is now fired up coming across the line, and then it will be Danielle Ricciotto to finish us off. Jesse, I feel like I'm remiss. It's been an absolute pleasure to do this. Finally, two things that I can cross off my list of RCI commentator moments. I did a Nors race, and I've now done an ACC Enduro, so I can comfortably retire.
Yeah, it's always fun doing these endurance races. It's a massive undertaking as the final couple of cars are finishing the race. I just have to mention a big shout out and a big thank you to all of the drivers that show up and run these races. Without them, you wouldn't be watching this broadcast, and certainly you wouldn't have outstanding finishes, last lap passes around the Nordschleife. Indeed, they are the ones that truly provide all of the entertainment. So thank them. And of course, a big special thank you for all of the years of service from the live stewards here, ACC, on whatever day of the week it was on, endurances, long 24-hour races. Being a part of that, both on the broadcast and the stewarding side, I have an appreciation for just how hard their job is compared to ours, and thank them so very much for their live stewarding, their post-race stewarding, everything they do to keep the racing safe and fair on the racetrack, and really appreciate them, from the stewards to the head stewards to race controllers to everyone in that department, and just everybody here at RCI that's made the place tick the way it has for ACC specifically. Not to mention the admin team, the event management team, always coming up with new and inventive races and series to keep it fresh. To the content team that has provided graphics and everything for us here on broadcast, to all the social medias and the shorts that you watch. We appreciate them as well. Just everybody and anyone and everyone who has ever participated in an RCI race. I refuse to say goodbye. I never say goodbye, because goodbye is so final. And that is never the case, because who knows, in a few months' time, there may be another ACC Enduro out of nowhere. You just never can tell. Danielle Ricciotto will be the final car to come across the line, a beaten and battered Porsche, but a finish nonetheless. Results of the race confirmed. Nico Kumpu wins it on a last lap pass with Martin P2. Ravenko pulls his car along home to finish on the podium. Lakai, Grim Lilith, the top five. Badowski, Kreischen, Boardman, Dalton, Dauber, the top 10 in the finale. Beyond that, Linda, Rybecki, Jackson, Kliamov, Pennervis, Nordquist, Malasta, Pusina, Boss. The list goes on and on. Anderson,
What's up?
Svendowski. We got some of the drivers up here with us. The list literally goes on, scrolling across the screen. In the interest of time, I think we're going to start our interviews. Do I have a list? I think I might. Let's see. Who are we starting with, Jack? Take us away.
Yeah, we're going to start off with the M2 CS winner. Matt Malcolm is down with Callum with a K, Kerrigan.
Yes, definitely with a K, not with a C. That's the better spelling, as Callum always likes to iterate. Callum, you're considered the hero of the M2s, or Dacia, whatever you like to call your car for today. It was a bit difficult near the end with Richard Whitehall. I take it was damage that was holding you back a bit? Or was it the tyres?
Neither. Richard was just outright quicker than me today. It was an incredible race. We were close all race. We're sitting in the same voice chat. And it did turn into a bit of a battle in the pit stops with who had the most damage through each stint. Not a single one of us went through a damageless stint in that. Yeah, he was just quicker. It was insanely difficult to keep him behind. I was making many mistakes, but just about held on.
Oh well, but it's been 6 long years since RCI has been part of had ACC and it's part of its time. You got a favorite moment before we hand you off to the next driver?
Yes, I've been thinking about this quite a lot because I knew I wanted to hop in here and share my favorite moment. And my favorite moment is from a Janetta series, probably season 1. Not really sure when it was. In which we were at Zolder, and lap 1, I was fairly new to sim racing. I created a pile-up that was operational, to be brutally honest with you. It was a horrendous pile-up in the first chicane. And me going through a repertoire of sorries to various people after that race is actually how I got involved with RCI as a staff member, how I met so many incredible people, was literally saying sorry to someone, well, a number of people in that race. So my favorite moment is probably where it all began for me in this community and meeting the amazing people we have, like yourself, Malk, and the entire comms team. Massive love and shout out to our stewards as well, who did an incredible job today and every single race that we've had. So for me, my favorite moment is the start.
It's always brilliant to hear. Thank you very much, Callum, for participating in all of our events so far for ACC, and hopefully will be a great send-off to have for ACC. But I'm going to pass you over to Jesse, who's going to bring us to our next driver we're going to be interviewing.
Yeah, I'm down here with Janet Lakai. What a spirited race that was, Lakai, today from you. Happy to have you out there. Could you just summarize your day, because it was certainly eventful?
Yeah, thank you very much. It started kind of badly in quali. I had a 809 enough for P2, and I bottled it in the third sector, I think. So it wasn't really ideal. And then in the race, I hit the wall like 3 times. I had 40 seconds of damage in the end. Luckily, it was side damage, not front or back. So it was just lower top speed. And I had a 5-second because I hit I think it was an M2 or something. Coming into the pits, pushing a bit too much, too aggressive. That's just my bad. And the guy behind me was like 8 seconds behind, so I had to push, even with the damage and the cold tires, used tires at the end there. I messed up my strategy as well. I had to pit for fuel at the end, whereas everybody came in like for a drive-through, kind of. So, yeah, not ideal, but still P4. So happy.
Well, that was going to be my next question was, are you happy with the result? I mean, on the Nordschleife, just surviving is half the battle. A top 5 has got to feel pretty good. I mean, is there anything that you would have done different if you could have done different, or are you happy with that?
I don't know. Like you can change the world with ifs and buts, but I don't think I would have been any better today. I had 0 practice, so just came in for fun. Sorry to the people I hit sometimes, especially to P2. I think I had an incident with them, but no, it's just great fun. I liked it.
I'm certainly glad you provided a lot of entertaining racing out there today. Anybody you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, shout out to my man Bazinga. He finished P15, I think. He had an eventful race, but still, he's the GOAT.
There you have it. Love having you, Lakai. Thank you so much for taking part, and congratulations on a brilliant top 5 finish.
Thank you, man.
Moving swiftly to Oliver Anderson, who's down with Jack. Man, we've got a lot of interviews. Take it away, Jack.
I believe that Mr. Anderson has actually departed. I was with them, and then they teleported away from me like some mystical amazingness. So I think we're actually going to switch it up. We're going to go down with Ted Edwards, who's speaking to his good buddy, Kevin Boss.
Oh, Kevin, how was it out there in that Audi there? See, you had a few scraps with some people and maybe a spin here and there, but how was it in that Audi today?
Quite the struggle, to be honest. I was planning to have a lot more practice for this race because I haven't been able to do any of our races here at the Nordschleife, so this was I think my first proper race here in ACC. To immediately do 3 hours, that last hour was a struggle. but yeah, some things happen. Some things I'm like, why? This could have been so much easier. And sometimes I just threw myself against the wall. So yeah, some good things, some bad things, but yeah, was good to have done this.
Would you come in if you could go back in time? Would you choose a different car to do this racing?
It might have been easier, but no. Seeing as this was our final enduro, I was like, I'm gonna pick the car that I won my championship in, and I wouldn't,
That's
still wouldn't change that.
that's fair enough. Now we've had a question in the box between the commentators. What you've been here for a long time. You've been here for ages, years and years and years. You're an old man now, like us. What
Oh
is
Lord.
the car that you would choose? Doesn't matter what class. What is the car you would choose every single time?
Oh, um, wow, that's difficult to throw that at me now. Um, every single time.
Yeah, like your default pick.
I guess like I always just gelled well with the Audi GT2. Maybe not today
Oh.
here at the Nordschleife, but any other track. I just pick it up real quick, be on pace, be fast, and yeah, I just enjoyed that. So I think yeah, just the GT2 I drove today.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Well, it was a great race by you. I mean, you didn't get mad damage like some of the drivers did today, so
Well,
very well done. I mean, there were some drivers that couldn't steer properly, Kevin, and you kept it going, so very well done today. Is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to? Is there any inspirational words you want to give to anyone?
I mean, we haven't seen them too much, but definitely the stewarding team. I may not always agree with their decisions, but it's still great to have them around to lead our races into a good end. Uh, and yeah, it's just great. I would have liked to have had them for Mini British GT, but sadly it wasn't to be. But yeah, to have them here again was great to see. So yeah, big shout out to them.
Oh, thank you, Kevin, and yeah, big shout out to our student team. Jack, I think you have Joe in the wing for an interview.
Absolutely. Lamborghini Super Trofeo winner in class, 10th overall finish here after the 3 hours, Mr. Joe Dauber. I mean, you're coming off a championship, the final championship victory for a Monday. Obviously, feeling good coming into this race, picking a Lamborghini. Was that just because you like it, or did you just sort of feel like I don't know? Does your heart pump like a V10?
Um, main reason was that I couldn't be asked to practice, and I knew that if I took this, it's not going to be at the front of the GT3s, but I'd be somewhere in the middle towards the back of the GT3s, and potentially in the 3 hours I could have some nice battling, and that's the way it worked out. Actually, it's quite a fun race, I've got to say.
Seemed like it went to plan. I knew there was a little bit of a moment at the start where GT3 Lamborghini versus Super Trofeo. They went a little slightly bit.
Yeah, I need
wrong
to
for you
rewatch
there.
that because it felt like a stone cold kill from my side, but I didn't get penalised for it. I have apologised to Emo, but yeah, it felt like it was my fault if I'm honest.
From our end, it was a little tricky to tell. It's two completely different closing speeds, as you just got a little bit more horsepower. So I don't know. I trust the stewards, but no, I'm sure Mo understands it. It is what it is. But I mean, you said mission accomplished. You got to have some good fights in the midfield. But do you feel like you left anything on the table there, or did you absolutely give it everything today?
No, it was good. Typical me, messed up the strategy, underfueled by one lap at the first stop, so ended up having to do a very long stint. I can't remember. I think 80 odd minutes on the final set of tires. But nah, it was. I had a reasonable pace for the car, I think. So no, it was great. I really enjoyed it. A good way to finish for me.
I'm going to ask you the same question that Kevin was just asked, but I'm going to ask it slightly differently. Your favorite car in all of ACC doesn't have to be one that drives good. The one that makes you the happiest when you think about it.
488 GT3 Evo. It's
That
the
seemed
first car I ever drove. First championship races I ever did with RCI. Were with it. I won my first race with it. Yeah, and I won the Monday championship with it recently. So it's a no-brainer for me, I've got to say.
not the most surprising answer. If
No,
I'm
no, I know.
honest, but I still wanted to hear you talk about it because it's a fantastic car.
And
But
on Monday, we'll see how it is in LMU as well. I haven't
that's
tried it
true.
yet.
That's
Yeah.
absolutely right. It's making its glorious return. It's actually my GTE of choice as well.
Okay.
If I'm gonna pick one, I drive a 488. So man after my own heart. But Joe, thank you for being here. Congrats on the top 10. A few good battles before you go. Anybody you want to shout out?
Oh, shout out to the whole RCI team, broadcast team, you guys, Ash, and yeah, Vulcan Racing and Rebound Racing chaps. Thanks.
Thank you so much for being here again, and congrats one final time.
Thanks.
I see that Mr. Jesse Lee is down with Marco.
I sure am down here chatting with Marco Podolsky. Marco, first of all, congrats on one final endurance run. I'm going to ask you something different. How hard was that out there today, 3 hours by yourself around the Schleife?
It was actually quite difficult. I had to tone down my force feedback a little bit. Otherwise, I had like 2 friends of mine in the voice chat with me, so it didn't get that boring. But like the fatigue caught up a little bit towards me in the end, and I still had the massive mistake at the mood curve, so it paid the dividends at some point.
Are you overall happy with the result, or were you looking for a little bit more?
I don't know, if I woke up tomorrow and you would have told me that I would have finished P6, I would have been happy with it. But like, given that I had like surprisingly good pace and that was probably like at least a P4 on the cards without my mistakes, like I'm a little bit upset about that, but whatever. It just happened, and I'll need to do better for the next one then.
In a field of 40-something cars, Marco, though, top 6, that's pretty darn good. And that's exactly what we have come to expect out of you over the years. I'm not going to ask you what your favorite car is, but I am going to ask you what your favorite livery and team is. Go ahead, tell us.
Probably like the most recent Mercedes livery that Peter made for me. Like, I'm originally only here to fill in for the Vaga report in his position. Yeah, unfortunately, I was a bit too late to submit it for this race, but that's also why I picked the Mercedes today, since I'll have a final run at the Mercedes Virtual Championship where I can still show off the livery.
There you go. We love to hear it. Anyone else, Marco, you'd like to shout out?
The whole RCI team, basically, for making such amazing championships possible, to the people at RCI that turned into my friends, to the rivals that I managed to race quite often in a very clean but very like fierce environment. So yeah, pretty much everyone. Yeah.
Marco Podolsky, solid race car driver, solid finish today, mainstay here in ACC. We'll look for you out there in the other sims, Marco. Congratulations on yet another fantastic finish.
Yep. Thank you for having me.
From Marco Podolsky to Mike Redford, Matt Malcolm has him.
Yes. Hi, Mike. It's been a while since I last spoken to you. Yeah, it's for yourself, GT4 or McLaren. That's obviously a car I've seen you always go for. I already kind of know if it was the only car you choose, I feel like that'll be the only car you'll go for.
Yeah, pretty much.
How does it feel knowing that this is the last ACC on the calendar?
It's kind of bittersweet. Well, we've been doing it for a very long time at this point, so it makes sense to move on eventually.
Yeah, I mean, you and I, we've kind of raced together for about 5-6 years at this point, so we're racing quite a long time. But for you, because obviously we've been with RCI for about 5 years racing together on that, what would be your favorite moment in the entire time with racing through RCI on ACC?
I mean, singular moment is when we managed to finally win an endurance race for once. We won one of the World Tour races at the Nürburgring. That was a big one, because that was the first kind of team event that we managed to be successful in, which was a great achievement. But then,
it was good. Yeah, it was good. I remember it was a great experience for us to have that sort of chance to do that because it was the time as well where we were kind of just settling into the 296 as well. We all really enjoyed that at the time.
Yeah. That would be my
for
go-to
me,
VT3.
Yeah, that's definitely a good one to go for. But obviously, for you, what would be your solo event?
That's a hard one because I kind of just want to say all of 2023 when I managed to win 4 different championships in that year. But I mean, probably the Night Owl. Oh God, actually, can't remember which season it was. It was season 15 of Night Owl because it was the last race and it came down to the wire, and there were about 3 or 4 times in that race where I could have lost the championship. Harry Conway was going for his title in pro. Him being ahead of me nearly collided with me several times. Yanyo was in our class for that race, so I momentarily lost the championship and then gained it back. I possibly only won that because the guy who finished third got laps and was denied the chance to finish in third. It was just all down to the wire. Watching the broadcast afterwards was like one of the most amazing things because it's like, oh, the stars aligned on that night. That was a great one.
No, that's honestly heartwarming to hear. But to round it off, is there anyone you want to shout out to?
Everyone and all who have ever been associated with RCI in terms of the staff, because there's a lot of names that I remember from when I started who are no longer a part of the team, but you guys it's one of the best communities, especially for this kind of stuff. It's just amazing, and everyone works so hard.
Oh, you heard it here, folks. We're the best community according to Minecraft Crew. That's always what we love to hear. Switching over from Mike Burford, we're going over to Nico Kampu with Jack to take over.
Yeah, Nico, a win on the books. You've done the double. You won the last race on Monday. You won the final solo endurance that we are aware of on ACC. I mean, you're coming through the last couple laps. The guy who's ahead of you, admittedly, he's about a minute in front. You're like, all right, cool. I'll just cruise to a second place finish. I mean, how does it feel to out of nowhere the gap starts falling and falling and falling and falling, and you make that move on the final lap?
Yeah, that was a surprise for sure. I was expecting to finish P2, but things happen. Goal was to bring the car home in one piece, and sometimes you get a bit lucky, or other people get unlucky. So anything can happen, even on the last lap. So always try to finish.
Always. Listen, consistency is worth, I think, more than just about anything else when it comes to motorsport in real life and in sim. And I mean, you did what you needed to do. It was a tricky start off the launch and lost a couple of positions, but made your way through. And I mean, you could have made a mistake, but we didn't see any of them. So I dub you a perfect race. But how do you sort of feel knowing that this might be the final RCI ACC event for at least a while?
Yeah, a bit emotional for sure. But of course, we continue racing in other titles, so that's exciting. And as for the mistakes in the race, yeah, in the start I was sleeping for sure, and then maybe the Aston doesn't have that much top speed, so I couldn't overtake anyone in the straights. But luckily I had enough speed in the other sections to keep up with other cars, and yeah, I had few moments during the race, braking a bit too late at some corners, scared to hit the wall, but luckily avoided. I stayed on track. Sudden loss of grip in the rear, managed to catch those. Then my thumb had a small cramp at one point, so I had to stretch that during the race. But yeah, surprise to finish P1.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the good news is I'm sure once you got into the Dottinger, you were like, oh, cool. Now I can relax for
Yeah,
a good
yeah,
30
for sure.
seconds. Stretch the thumb out. The Nordschleife is good like that. But, any favorite memories, any favorite moments that stick out in your head from your illustrious ACC career here on RCI?
Yeah, maybe those Super Trofeo championships and multi-class championships, for sure. Those have been very fun. But overall, every season always feels good. I love to do this.
Well, that's a rave review from you, and we appreciate it. And of course, we appreciate you always coming out. But we'll see you on track again soon. I'm almost certain. But thanks for being here. And before you go, any shout outs you want to make?
Yeah, shout out to everyone who managed to finish today. Also stewards and broadcast team. And I guess whole RCI as a community. And then the Rebound Racing guys and Vulcan boys. So it's been fun. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nico. Congrats one final time on your victory here today. And we look forward to seeing you on track soon.
Yeah, see you.
We're now going to go down to Mr. Ted Edwards, who's speaking to Wojciech Rybecki.
Oh, Mr. Rybecki in the M6. How was that today for you?
Well, a hectic race, to say the least. Not really like the best result, but I honestly didn't care because main reason I picked the M6 was to just bully for one last time, bully like every single person on the streets, which I'm pretty sure I achieved that. So
Well,
my main goal was fulfilled. So yeah.
good. Well, it looked like you were doing all right out there. It didn't look like you had any real incidents with anyone, which is good. You didn't look like you had any serious damage that had happened, like some of the drivers. But it's nice to see the M6 out, and especially in the CLR livery, the Connection Lost Racing livery that we used to see all the time by some of the drivers from there. Martin Lawrence, obviously being one of the big ones. They used to race with us all the time, and used to almost be a full grid full of that livery. So it was very much nice to see with, for the last time on an endurance here at ACC. But yeah, is there anything you would have done differently today? Is there anything that you would have changed?
Maybe try to focus more so I could make less mistakes than I did. But other than that, I survived the start. That was the most critical moment because I saw the pile up in like the first two corners. So I luckily avoided that, and then I was just managing to not make like any giant mistakes. Pace wasn't there really, but as I said, like I was today, like mainly I was cruising, enjoying the one last endurance event with the uh with the turbo beast, which is the M6.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car, and take the bop off, have the old Kunos bop, and it was amazing. It is the probably one of the best cars to see apart from the V12, obviously, which I know CLR used to drive quite a lot as well. What was your best moment in RCI and ACC?
Ooh, that's gonna be a hard one because I started like already like few years ago here, so the championships are like going like over each other with the memories. I mean, I enjoyed a lot of times the Friday champs and Monday champs as well. They were always fun. I had always someone to fight with. Overall, I think my best kind of race was 2 years ago. There was 6-hour Nordschleife event. Back then it was supposed to be like 12 hours, but due to some changes last minute, it was just 6 hours. And my car back then was also a last minute choice. So back then I had V12. So yeah, that was my probably like favorite moment within the RCI. But as I said, like I enjoyed every single championship, and it doesn't matter like if I finished top 5, top 10, or at the bottom of the pack.
Well, it's great to hear that you've had a good time here on ACC. We'll see you in LMU, I believe. I think I've seen you a few times. Or
Yeah,
am I?
definitely. I'm already signed up for the Monday champ and for the Friday champ.
Nice.
So I'm
I can't wait to see you because you are a good driver. You've been here for a few years. You know, you've worked with Martin Lawrence, who's been here since 2020 when we first started, 6 years ago now. So you know, you've worked with those drivers, and you work with us as well, and you understand how things work. And you're a good driver. We've raced together. We may have had a crash at Monday Champ or Power Car, but we'll ignore that one. But
I
no,
mean,
no,
mistakes always happen in the race. It's just
exactly.
it
Things
is
happen
what
in
it
the
is.
moment, and yeah, and
Like,
you've always been a great guy to drive with. You've always been understanding. You know, you get angry at people. We always get angry at people, but then you come to it and you go, "Ah, okay, yeah, whatever. Things happen, whatnot." But no, you're a great racer, and it was nice to see you here today in the M6 in the famous CLR livery. Um, is there anyone you want to shout out? Any final words for ACC?
uh, well, first I want to shout out to my mom, always supporting by watching streams and stuff, and she's been supporting me for many years. So big thanks to her. Of course, the whole RCI broadcast, stewards team, every single person within RCI that's been working behind the scenes to give us these ACC championships, and but also like other like championships within other titles. I mean, I always had fun during those last few years, so yeah, I'm really happy to come back every single season for next like for the next racing experience. And yeah, like it's ACC has been like part of my life, I might even say, because I've been driving this for many years. But yeah, I think like we just need to kind of leave this chapter and move on. Like racing will still be here, so we can be sure of that. So I can't wait for the future, for the like next championships and next racing titles.
Well, Mr. Rybecky, appreciate you driving with us, and hopefully get to see you out on track, winning some races in LMU. Great race today, mate, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Well,
Mr. Lee, I think you have a Mr. Oliver Anderson with you.
I am down here last but not least. Oliver Anderson posted an impressive top 15 at the Nordschleife today. Oliver, go ahead and run us through your day as you saw it in the cockpit.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So this is like my first solo event ever, with a new car, the Lexus. I have never driven it before. Uh, So basically, the first in quali, basically, I didn't feel the car. I cannot handle it very well. So I got like P24, I believe, P25, which is below mid pack, not really so good. First lap, I had an incident at after Flugplatz, right corner. So I had to limp back to the pits after like gaining 2 or 3 places, I believe. And like all the whole race has just been catching up and getting as many places as possible.
Well, that must have been interesting, at least running back through the field. I mean, what was it like for you? You said it was your first endurance,
First solo.
first solo endurance of that length. I mean, was it taxing to you as it was some of the other drivers, or was it just getting through traffic?
More just getting through traffic because I've been racing a lot with friends, doing endurance championships together. So the endurance part haven't been like that heavy on me, you know.
Well, I gotta ask, top 15, nothing to be ashamed of there. Are you happy with that result, or did you feel you had more in it?
First lap, I felt like I would have been higher than P15. But after my little oopsie in Flugplatz, I couldn't ask for more.
I think that's fair indeed. Looked good coming back through some of those positions. Oliver, I'll ask you the same thing we've been asking everybody else. Anybody you would like to shout out or say hello to out there?
I want to shout out Zanet Lagai, finished before, obviously. And well, my team PCGR, because we're coming up. We're gonna do some big races. Yeah, and I wanna say that like every driver day has been really they've been driving really well, especially the GT4s. And I'm sorry to one I kinda punted a little bit. So yeah, and great hosts on the stream.
Well, thank you so much for coming to talk to us and being a part of the race as well. Hopefully, see you back for some more racing in the future. Always a pleasure, Oliver. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Well, that's just going to do it for our interview segment, unless I'm very much mistaken. And that means we're going to go back down to Ted Edwards for his final thoughts.
Well, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's involved in RCI and to the drivers, to the viewers as well. I've been here since the 31st of May 2020, which is when RCI first started, over 6 years ago. And I first joined with Grim Lilith, a very good friend of mine, my best friend. And it's been a hell of a journey. Met Jordan Daly and met a load of friends throughout the community and the drivers. It's been a journey on ACC. We've had our ups and downs with the updates and whatnot, but it's been a hell of a journey. Me and Jesse ran Night Owl back in the day on a Saturday night, late night, for the Americans. Turned out it was just full of Europeans, and it was the best time of our lives, and we had such a good laugh at doing it, and also the endurance and driving in the mid-week races. But it's amazing. Like, we couldn't do it without the events management team. I started off as moderator, made my way up into commentary, and then led the event managers, and they've done such a good job. Kevin Boss, Tim Peck, it's just been so good. And can't forget about the broadcasting team. Jesse Lees ran the broadcast team so well over the past 6 years. It's so grateful to him and his team. Amazing job from everyone, and Phil Roberts with the stewarding team. Such a great job, especially today. Been a lot of incidents and a lot of penalties being dished down. Very busy on the first lap, and they've done all the weekday champs as well, and it's been a great job. I just want to say thank you very much to everyone who's taken part on the ACC journey. We do move over to LMU for the future events, and it's gonna be a blast. I mean, we've already been streaming, racing. You know, our racing Thursday channel. We've been doing we're starting Monday soon. We've been doing Fridays. Can't wait for the hosted endurances. It's gonna be a blast. And just wanted to do a big shout out to the drivers. Couldn't do it without you. We would not be here without you turning up every single race, because there wouldn't be anything for us to do. And obviously the viewers at home watching, chatting to us while we do our endurances, keeping us busy, having a good chin wag between us. It's been a pleasure. I'm not going anywhere, but you know, it is sort of the final. Maybe one or two events in the future on ACC if we get the numbers. But thank you very much for getting me into this. I would never have done sim racing ever. I brought my wheel to do Euro Truck Sim, and that was it. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who got me involved in sim racing.
Well, thank you, Ted. You've you've been a big part of everything here. You've been a big part of my personal journey. I feel like I'm realizing I might be the youngest, or not necessarily youngest, but newest RCI staff member, at least that I'm aware of, that's as upfront as I am. I mean, I've only been doing this for I guess a little over a year at this point, but ACC, it's been RCI's bread and butter. And
Grim
I've
has the
gotten to
fastest
get a
wife in
small
RCI.
piece of that, and it's been spectacular. It's been wonderful. I've enjoyed it so much. Like Ted said, we're not going anywhere. RCI is not disappearing, not changing, not doing anything crazy. We're just closing the book on ACC. Who knows what will happen in the future? There's nothing planned for now. Come just join us on ACC, or excuse me, come join us on LMU if you are so inclined. We'll be here doing what we love, and I'm gonna echo what Ted said. Thank you to all the drivers. We would literally wouldn't be doing this without any of them. It would just be a bunch of people in a dark room talking to each other, which it is great and all, but it's not nearly as fun as some virtual motorsport. I'm going to say special thank you to Jesse Lee. He's the reason I'm here, and he's the reason that none of you are ever getting rid of me. So take that as you will. Mr. Lee, my good friend, take us away for the last time.
Just echoing everything everyone has already said and what I said earlier. We wouldn't be here. Of course, we're the people you hear. Me, Jack, Malcolm, Ted Edwards, all of us are the people you hear week in and week out. And we apologize for that. But beyond us and behind us are fantastic people, are broadcasters, stewards, event managers, admins, content team, moderators. Just every single person has a hand that touches every broadcast and you never get to see it. So, on behalf of all of us here in broadcast, I just want to thank them one final time for all their years of service to not only to RCI, but ACC in general. Because we're the people that you hear blab on about the races, but we're not the ones that make the races interesting. Between the drivers, the event staff coming up with it, the admins, the content team promoting it, and the stewards keeping it fair and safe, they're the actual cogs that make it happen. We're just the lucky few that get to sit here and do the easy part, where we talk about cars going around chasing each other, sometimes for hours on end. So thank you very much for everyone that's ever entered a race, everyone that's ever helped us put on a show, scheduled a race, stewarded a race, put out content, whether that's through shorts or tweets or whatever, what have you. Thank you. You've made my life and my job easier here as the broadcast director, and they'll continue to do so because, of course, today is not goodbye. It is simply the turning of a page, the beginning of a new chapter. I get it. Saying goodbye or saying and seeing something come to an end is never easy, even if you know it's going to happen eventually. I knew all those years ago that ACC wasn't the only sim that there would ever be, and there would eventually be others. I've lived this exact thing multiple times with multiple sims and different generations. I'm old. I get it. But for a lot of you, this is the first time you're witnessing the changing of the guard. So I invite you, be open minded, check out other sims, engross yourself in this hobby that we all love so much. Whether that's racing or engineering or stewarding or broadcasting or whatever it is, give it a shot. You have absolutely nothing to lose. ACC has been a big part of all of our lives for a long time, and for some of us, it probably still will be. But there are new races, new horizons, and new adventures to be had. And for us right now, that is firmly inside LMU. Like I said earlier, we've got LMP2, GTE, Hypercar, and LMGTE content all coming at you in the next 2 weeks here on RCI TV. We invite you all to sign up to enjoy the racing that we have. We're going to be here, Jack and me and everybody. And one day we will convince Ash Bibby to come run an LMU race with us. The door's always open. But for right now, thank you to everyone who's made ACC so special. We wouldn't be here without ACC. I wouldn't be here without every single person that gave me a shot, that took a chance on letting me loose on a live broadcast with their money and their sponsors and their partners. It's been special. But it is time for a new chapter. And I'd like all of you to come along with me. We'll be back live on Monday. LMU GTE Championship. Still spots open. You can go to SimGrid right now and sign up. I believe Jack Mays and Callum Kerrigan have the call with that one. And I'd love to watch. I'm going to watch anyway. I love a good race, and it will be a good race. Beyond that, LMP2 on Thursday, the finale, where 5 drivers have a shot to win the LMP2 championship. It's been that chaotic. It's been that fun. And in 1 week from then, on Friday, International Sprint Championship with Hypercars and LMGT3. It's going to be an all-timer. Again, RCI would love to have you. Go to SimGrid, check it out. Check out all of our partners that make this race and every race possible. For the final time, perhaps, thank you all for being with us, being a part of the ACC journey here on RCI TV. We thank you so very much for everything you've done for us, for every race, for every lap you've turned. We are so very lucky to have all of you with us. And we hope to see you again soon. And we know we will. On behalf of everyone here in the broadcast team, one final time, Ash Bibby, our longtime broadcaster of everything ACC, a final round of applause and a bow for him, because Lord knows, Jack, me, Ted, all of us wouldn't have been able to stay on task if it wouldn't have been for him in the background, constantly keeping us on task and sometimes distracted too. Special shout out to Tim Peck, a longtime ACC commentator who you heard earlier on, and John Dalton, the former voice of Mondays on RCI, and everybody else in between. Thank you so very much for watching. And until next time, have a good night.
You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Get behind the wheel, let's go. Grip the road, feel the flow. Thunder roaring, steel alive. Live this dream and drive. Tires burning with gasoline. Push the limits, chasing green. One shot, don't slow, go on, we'll take control. Engines scream alive. taillights. Chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. The miles they fade, but they don't die. Faster now, the hours fly by. Sweat and gears, hearts in sync. On the edge, on the brink. Clock ticks down, stakes are high. One mistake, we kiss us goodbye. Don't slow down, we're not done. Finish line for the strong ones. Engines scream alive tonight. Blazing past the red line. Outrun the night, won't lose this fight. Follow the road, red line for show. We're chasing taillights, don't let go. Under the stars, we'll go so far. This is who we are. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. Feel the rush, see the goal. Every second, take control. The world blurs, time won't wait. We rise, we fight, we accelerate. 3, 2, 1, go. Follow the road, red line for show. We're chasing taillights, don't let go. Under the stars, we'll go so far. This is who we are. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. We're always chasing taillights. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Get behind the wheel, let's go. Grip the road, feel the flow. Thunder roaring.